The legend of the Crimson Demon Clan begins with Suqing. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 326. That day, humans finally remembered the fear of being dominated by giants. Do you two want to go to the sealed city? The sealed city. X2. Hearing the elf girl say this, Zun Zun and Shimichi Yasuke muttered in unison strangely. Neither of them had ever heard of the city. She sighed helplessly, as if she were watching aloud. The sealed city of Lubadron, it's a very famous city. Aren't we going to the second temple? It just so happens that it's not far from the temple, so why don't we go explore together? Don't get me wrong, it's not because it's a famous tourist city, but because it's a trading city for specialty goods. It seemed like there were rare items that weren't for sale. This time, they had to go, led by the elf girl. Zun Zun and Shimichi Yasuke changed route slightly and arrived at the sealed city. Topographically, the sealed city was a junction point connecting a ring of continents, like a checkpoint separating the inside from the outside. Walking through the city, Shimichi Yasuke looked up at the vast sky, muttering curiously to himself, "What an enormous barrier! What encloses it?" "A mythical monster," the beautiful elf explained condescendingly, as if offering alms. To the west of this city lies the vast beastland. To seal away the mythical monsters that inhabit this continent, an extraordinary and enormous barrier has been erected. Oh, a barrier of this scale isn't something that can just be built. I heard it's based on magical technology lost 800 years ago. Thanks to the protection of this barrier, this city has prospered and become a secure trading base where specialty goods from all the other cities converge. As he continued his explanation, Shimichi Yasuke unsheathed two lightsabers, one light and one dark, and fiercely intertwined them. The powerful shockwave destroyed the barrier. Yasuke, no. Well, I want to see if colliding with a barrier can create a powerful impact. So, well, if I manage to warp space, the collision between the flame magic dragon and the barrier will be enough to open a spatial passage. Shimichi Yasuke's thinking was unusual. Honestly, Zun Zun didn't believe that Shimichi Yasuke wouldn't break the barrier again, after having clearly told him that the flame magic dragon was the trigger. But what to say? Players have that need to experiment, and they always want to try anything they come across, regardless of whether it's good or bad. It was too late to blame him. The broken barrier caused chaos in the streets, and the townspeople paled and fled in panic. Hey, wait, she seemed surprised that Zun Zun could touch her without fear of the violent thunder. In reality, it was because Zun Zun was also extremely skilled with lightning magic, which made it so easy. Let me go, Zun Zun. The beautiful elf stared at the monsters approaching the barrier and said, I can't just sit there watching the monsters harm the humans. If I delay any longer, there could be many casualties. So, Zun Zun, please run away quickly. She mistakenly thought that Zun Zun wanted her to escape with him. Why would an elf care so much about the lives of humans? That contradicted the stereotype that elves in other worlds hate humans and don't care about their lives. No, if it comes to that, I'll fight by your side. But, Zun Zun looked at Shimichi Yasuke, who was nodding and bowing his head beside him, and called out, Hey, Yasuke, aren't you finished yet? Clean up your own mess, finish this quickly and decisively. Yes, yes. Sorry to bother you. Yes, I'll offer you the bull's head later. Yes. After making this promise, Shimichi Yasuke wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave a thumbs up sign to Zun Zun and the elf girl. It's alright now. What? The barrier has been repaired? What nonsense are you talking about? The elf girl angrily scolded Shimichi Yasuke, but before she could argue, Zun Zun stopped her again and gestured for them to check the city barrier. There, a cyclops was seen knocking at the repaired barrier. Like the elf girl, he seemed stunned. The two stared at each other, creating an inexplicably comical effect. Apparently, neither she nor the cyclops could understand why the barrier had suddenly been repaired. After confirming their impenetrability, the cyclops, disappointed, left with the other monsters. The near-catastrophic fall of the city had an unexpected outcome. You're joking. How the hell? The beautiful elf stared at the restored barrier, dumbfounded. To this day, she still didn't understand how Shimichi Yasuke had achieved it. I only asked the spirits of the barrier a simple favor. It's normal, right? No, it's already amazing enough. Zun Zun was incredulous that something already broken could be repaired, even with a simple request. Universal Persuader, this is real. After the inexplicable end of the incident, everyone began to search for the cause of the barrier's destruction. Seeing Shimichi Yasuke with the face of the beastman, they unanimously blamed him. No, they didn't. Although it was an unfounded accusation without evidence, the result was solid. Thanks to the tireless explanations of Zun Zun and the beautiful elf, Shimichi Yasuke weren't arrested for being an orc. Should he consider himself lucky because someone spoke up for him? It's great that they didn't hold him accountable. You should thank us, orc face. Thank you. Shimichi Yasuke's personality was also quite peculiar. He seemed to care little for the lives of those from another world, breaking through the city barrier without hesitation. However, he was very tolerant of Alicia and the others, accepting their requests for help even when they felt offended. Come to think of it, the other worlds he didn't care about usually verbally insulted him upon meeting him, even labeling him an orc. While Alicia and the others initially behaved the same way, they later apologized and even befriended Shimichi Yasuke. So, would it be troublesome if Alicia and the others continued to be hostile to him? Zun Zun had gotten the clue. Then, Shimichi Yasuke suddenly said, "Excuse me, I need to find the immortal spirit that Bullhead uses to protect this city's barrier. I'm leaving first." Before he could scream, he fled. Only Zun Zun and the beautiful elf were left, walking together through the bustling streets. Anyone would have thought that the destruction of the barrier would have a significant impact. Not only the city's residents, but everyone else would be terrified and afraid to leave their homes. But, as expected of the people of the sealed city, after a brief moment of panic, they went out as usual. The elf hesitated. This isn't a date, it's all very rushed. However, next time I'll try to arrange everything and then formally ask you out. Yes, he met the beautiful elf's dazzling smile, as if conveying her joy, and Zun Zun smiled as well. Considering the longevity of elves, she must be quite old, perhaps even older than Zun Zun's 3 lifetimes combined. Even so, he's still looking like a little girl. While her tsundere personality played a role, it was likely due to their different perspectives. The immortals versus the ephemerals. The theory of unsurpassed longevity. But since Zun Zun possessed a divine body, his longevity couldn't be the same as a normal person's. After 4 months together, Zun Zun had unknowingly begun to ponder the elf's affairs. Of course, the turning point that triggered this change was the events of the previous winter festival. Come to think of it, I'm going to buy a piece of clothing. Clothes? Why? To return a gift? Zun Zun looked at her and said, "After all, I received a piece of clothing from you, so I have to return the gift." Forget it. That piece of clothing has special meaning to elves, and it's unlike ordinary clothing, and that night you forcibly took off my clothes, well, it's nothing. The beautiful elf knew she had said something wrong, her cheeks were extremely flushed, and she turned around and left. Zun Zun was stunned. Had he initiated this? Could it be that his conscience as a man had finally awakened, or something? What happened that night? As the party involved, I have the right to know. Tell me quickly, Kui. Chapter 327, Bicycle in Another World. They didn't stay in the sealed city for long. After a brief pause to confirm the integrity of the barrier, the 3 headed to the second temple. Although the elf had said it was nearby, it was actually at least 3 days' travel away. Furthermore, Shimichi Yasuke's stamina was quite limited, so it took them 7 days to reach the nearby village. To speed things up, shouldn't I build a means of transportation? A means of transportation? Shimichi Yasuke seemed surprised by what Zun Zun said, seemingly unprepared. Think about it. Back in his time, video game concepts weren't as diverse as they are today. To prolong the player's time, convenient items like transportation were rarely included. Bicycles, motorcycles, and 4-wheel drive vehicles didn't even fit with the otherworldly aesthetic. Shimichi Yasuke reflected. In fact, if we had a means of transportation, we'd go much faster, right? As expected, we still need a bicycle. A bicycle? Zun Zun, you really know how to ride a bicycle. It's amazing. Hearing Zun Zun's words, he looked surprised, his mouth agape, and uttered something incredulous. A closer look at his expression revealed that it wasn't sarcasm, but sincere praise. Zun Zun was a little overwhelmed. No, 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 compared to a bicycle, your water tank is more powerful, right? It's not that difficult. It's just an ordinary tank, with a talisman drawn by an immortal. I only asked you for a favor, it's not difficult at all. But Zun Zun, can you make a bicycle? You're truly amazing. I once thought about making a video game console, but after taking it apart, I couldn't even put it back together, so I gave up right away. I had no idea how he could compare a bicycle to a video game console. They weren't on the same level of difficulty, were they? Zun Zun comforted him by saying that while he could use a refrigerator, he couldn't necessarily make one. Then the two began talking about how to make a bicycle. A regular bicycle posed no challenge. Besides, once built, it was even faster than a horse-drawn carriage, more like a toy than a means of transportation. So they decided to make it a magical item. Sure, adding a wind charm would be great for a faster travel, add a fire charm for extra propulsion, and a water charm for swimming underwater, then we'll have to figure out how to breathe underwater. Yeah, his thoughts whirled, and at the climax of the conversation, the waif self pursed her lips in frustration. She lunged at Zun Zun and pinned him down. Wait, what bicycles are you talking about? Tisk, Shimiji Yasuke, interrupted, gasped. Zun Zun then used a small wooden stick to draw the image of a bicycle on the ground and explained its workings, causing the elf to exclaim how impressive such a portable means of transportation was. Indeed, the bicycle is one of humanity's most successful human-powered machines. A complex machine made up of many simple mechanisms, it cunningly utilizes them all to unleash immense power and convenience. That's right, Zun Zun thought of the image of the beautiful elf on a bicycle, a memory as haunting as Guan Yu's solo 1,000-mile bicycle journey. I feel a strong ill will. Zun Zun, what are you laughing at? I'm thinking of something happy. What happy thing? The image of you, Kui, on a bicycle. Just as he finished speaking, a sneer sounded from the other end, and this time, Shimiki also couldn't contain it. The mocked elf girl looked at them in bewilderment, not understanding why they were laughing at her for riding a bicycle, and the two of them laughed even louder. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, they saw three familiar faces. Kuroki. Kuroki? It's me. Zun Zun had seen this scene before. The elf girl rolled her eyes in annoyance and greeted them with a smile. It's been over a month, hasn't it? How are you three lately? Alicia and, Laika and Edgar, Zun Zun added quickly. For some reason, she only remembered Alicia's name and had forgotten her two childhood friends. Zun Zun and Miss Elf, Alicia greeted them cheerfully. Everything's fine, right? A lot's happened. Oddly, Laika and Edgar's expressions were grim. They stammered, unable to speak, and looked at the three of them, especially Shimiji Yasuke, with obvious guilt. As Zun Zun perceived the apology, Shimiji Yasuke asked curiously, what are you doing here? The three of them exchanged glances, a little awkwardly. Finally, Alicia spoke, that ancient ancestral hall has been used as a monster lair. The villagers in nearby Sherik village have been attacked by monsters, so they asked us to defeat them, but we're not strong enough. She seemed to be asking for a favor. Shimiji Yasuke asked, what kind of monster is it? Let me think. It's called Sasaman. If it's a hedgehog, you've probably heard of it, right? It's the size of a human. What? A huge hedgehog-shaped monster? Sonic. It's Sonic, Zun Zun. He was incredibly excited. Sonic is to Sega what Mario is to Nintendo, both iconic characters created to revolutionize the market. Following the release of the original game in 1991, Nintendo immediately broke its market dominance and received widespread acclaim. Even Zun Zun, who wasn't a die-hard Sega fan, knew this. If you ask why, it's because, in his previous life, he had been reincarnated, adding fuel to the fire, and amassing a fortune. The thorns on its back are too dangerous. If it weren't for Alice's recovery magic and spells, we would have bled to death a long time ago. They were too hasty. The three of them began to analyze the situation. Apparently, Alice and the others had already fought the hedgehog before Zun Zun and the others arrived, and they hadn't even fought yet. That thing has strong defenses when it curls up. How can we defeat it? No, we can't kill it. Saying this, Zun Zun sighed helplessly, and the beautiful elf couldn't help but question him. It's a monster that attacks humans. If it's a dangerous monster that attacks humans, killing it is only right. But why does it attack humans? If we knew the reason, perhaps there wouldn't be a need to fight. Are you stupid? People have already been harmed. How can we have such a relaxed conversation about this? Leica couldn't help but criticize Shimaji Yasuke. At that moment, empathizing with a monster is complete nonsense. No matter how docile, gentle, or friendly a monster is, once it harms humans, even if it has ulterior motives, it must be killed. Alicia thought avoiding a fight would be a good thing, but her companion Leica scolded her. Just as Shimaji Yasuke was still trying to plead for the hedgehog, thinking that this would allow him to have a proper conversation, it appeared. Hey, Sony, Shimaji Yasuke turned around excitedly, only to see a gigantic hedgehog. His expression suddenly darkened. Who is it? It's a hedgehog. Hedgehogs from another world are completely different from those on Earth. This is a land hedgehog. You were mistaken in thinking the hedgehog in the game was a real hedgehog. Don't mistake them, players are like that. As soon as they discover something is different from what they had imagined, they are deeply disappointed and lose interest. But since they had already expressed their desire for a serious conversation, they couldn't just turn their backs on it. So the conversation began. Monster. Why are you attacking humans? Have you been driven from your habitat? Have humans occupied your territory? Are you on guard because your child was born? Or perhaps they killed your family? Answer me. I don't want to kill you. Shimaji Yasuke, desperate to understand the hedgehog's words, listened to its explanation and, before anyone could react, used magic. Perhaps it wasn't because of injuries or lack of food, but simply because of fun that enraged Shimaji Yasuke. Flame Phoenix Annihilation, a powerful magic, conjured by immortal spirits, unleashed a fierce heat in the next instant. A phoenix, materialized from the flames, appeared before them. Its flaming feathers unleashed a scorching heat that caused everyone to step back. With a wave of Shimaji Yasuke's hand, the phoenix, high in the sky, beheld the trembling hedgehog and then swooped down. With a bang, as everyone watched in stunned silence, the flaming phoenix descended from the sky, engulfing the hedgehog, completely incinerating it before it could even utter a cry. However, just as the phoenix continued to charge, about to destroy the hedgehog's nest, Zun Zun appeared in time and reached out. But without the same powerful force as Shimaji Yasuke's magic, his right hand, engulfed in the scorching heat, was engulfed by magical energy, and Zun Zun's eyes glowed red. Xiahong, ghostly counterattack, the hollow right hand grasping the flame phoenix's neck twisted, as if it could actually break the non-existent neck. After a brief, violent tremor, the flame phoenix's body, made of flames, instantly collapsed and dissipated into thin air. Phew. Almost. Zun Zun wiped his forehead and shook his reddened right hand. This magic still had a lot of room for improvement. Wow, it's incredible. Are they really human? Leica and Edgar said in astonishment. Although they had witnessed a glimpse of Shimaji Yasuke's power before, they couldn't hide their surprise at seeing it again. Chapter 328, Speedrunners are like that. A beautiful elf girl ran over with herbs, scolding Zun Zun for his reckless act of facing the violent magic. I can't do anything. That's the second temple, that can't be. He wanted to rant again, but upon remembering that it was a temple cherished by someone like Zun Zun, someone transferred from another world, he stopped complaining. After refusing the herbs, the burn quickly healed. Shimaji Yasuke was chatting with Alicia and the others, and he didn't understand what they were talking about when he saw Alicia borrow Edgar's longsword and coldly introduce herself by stabbing it into the ground. I am the heroine chosen by fate, the sacred heroine. Alicia Adlucia, Zun Zun and the beautiful elf girl exchanged a surprised look at her introduction. It was like a friend who had just been chatting and showing off with you on the street, and suddenly becomes the son of the richest man, a huge change in status. Zun Zun seemed to have guessed something, and his expression was a little strange. The beautiful elf was curious. What's wrong? No, that? I heard news about the heroes of the sealed city, so I wanted to ask if you knew anything. I didn't expect you to become heroes. Information about heroes? How could I not know? You've been flirting with Zun Zun, so you definitely don't care about these things, right? Not me. The beautiful elf's cheeks flushed red from head to toe, and she looked at Zun Zun in embarrassment, as if it were his fault. Wait, this isn't his fault, it's more like the beautiful elf had been pestering him the whole time. As Alicia proudly introduced herself, Leica smacked her head hard, eliciting a cry of pain from the priestess who had just become a hero. Leica, what are you doing? Don't stick your sword in the stone. Look at Edgar. He pointed at another companion and scolded Alicia. The goblins broke your previous sword, and we finally bought a new one. Oh, it's fine, Edgar. Suppressing his distress, said with feigned composure, "Swords are consumables. Just keep using it." "It's fine, I'm sorry, Edgar. But the sword doesn't look broken." "Ugh, it's bent," Alicia apologized, unsheathing her sword. Edgar's face instantly turned green. "My demon smasher I'm so sorry, Edgar." Alicia knelt down and apologized. "A hero like that isn't a hero. You guys are heroes, huh?" Shimichi Yasuke asked, a little surprised. "Were you heroes before you met the goblins?" "No, not until a month ago." "More like, you were just novice adventurers, barely 6 months old," Alicia said. The beautiful elf also frowned and asked, "Then why do you keep calling yourself a hero?" "Well, how should I put it?" "Sorry, Kuroki." Leica and Edgar looked embarrassed, inexplicably apologizing to Shimichi Yasuke, completely baffled by the reason. Shimichi Yasuke, seemingly eager to know how they became heroes, cast a memory spell on Alicia. The screen showed a man with a stern expression, raising his arms and shouting, "A hero is born." Below was a crowd of enthusiastic commoners. Edgar and Leica on the stage wore grim expressions. They vehemently denied it, but were forced to say something. Alicia flusteredly went along with it and admitted that she was a hero. "That's right, sorry, Kuroki. I didn't expect that, somehow, you'd be the one taking credit. We vehemently denied it, but that pot-bellied priest didn't listen and simply declared us heroes." The memory repeated itself. And Leica and Edgar's expressions grew even more awkward. Zun Zun hadn't expected it either. He knew that Alicia and the other two weren't the type to take credit for other people's work. Furthermore, with Zun Zun and the others' intervention, and without Shimichi Yasuke erasing their memories, they wouldn't be dragged into this easy. Unexpectedly, the priests of this world ignored them, elevating the three rookies to the hero's throne, even exaggerating the figure of 200 goblins to 50,000 and roasting them at the stake. "Kuroki, we've vehemently denied it. It's true. But when that priest asked to kill those goblins and I told him it was someone who looked like an orc, he grimaced and firmly insisted it was us, completely ignoring us. That would only have the opposite effect. And don't be nervous, Leica. Yasuke, Kuroki won't mind, will he?" Zun Zun stood on tiptoe and patted Leica's shoulder, urging him to calm down. Her flushed face matched her hair. As a martial artist, Ryuka couldn't possibly take credit for other people's accomplishments, especially since Shimichi Yasuke was her friend. She expected Shimichi Yasuke to be angry, but to her surprise, "It's okay, I don't mind," Shimichi Yasuke said indifferently. "Why you can? It was clearly your credit." "It's okay." Shimichi Yasuke was a bit of a klutz. He constantly switched personas to cause trouble, but as soon as someone found out, he usually erased any memories, acting like he didn't want to be famous. Considering he was always mistaken for an orc in this world, it was better to remain anonymous. "Besides, I don't mind. Fame is a burden. My only goal is to collect lost artifacts, and I don't care about anything else. But I didn't fight at all during that battle against the goblins." "Me too," the beautiful elf Zun Zun replied. In short, they didn't blame Alice or the other two. Rather, they were victims as well, inexplicably burdened by expectations, which must have been quite stressful. Afterward, Zun Zun went to the second temple alone, Shiragu in the body. Alice and the others didn't understand why Zun Zun would go to the monster's lair, but once the beautiful elf explained the reason, he seemed to understand. He also shared scattered information about transferees from another world. Of course, it was repetitive information. In this other world where information is scarce, and Alice is only a novice adventurer, the fact that he knew anything about transferees from another world was quite surprising. Half an hour later, Zun Zun shuddered and walked out of the temple with a relieved expression. Seeing that he was safe and sound, the beautiful elf sighed deeply, her worried expression quickly turning to disdain. "How much more time do you want to waste? You've waited long enough, eh? It's only been half an hour." "Shut up, orc," Shimichi Yasuke, chastised, looked displeased. Zun Zun raised the back of his hand, and two patterns appeared in the three circles, confirming that the temple had been cleared. "Just as I expected, the reward for this temple's improved physical condition. That giant hedgehog must have occupied the temple for too long, absorbing a lot of wasted energy, which is why it's grown so large." Really, the others didn't care. Then, Shimichi Yasuke nonchalantly destroyed the temple, causing Alicia and the other two to exclaim in surprise, and then he explained the reason. And so, the six of them set off together. They walked for a long time. Alicia, holding the map, checked it several times before nodding and saying, "We're here. This is it, the deep and dark labyrinth. We're finally here." Leica and Edgar rubbed their hands together excitedly. Seeing them like this, the beautiful elf asked curiously, "Is this a dungeon worthy of such admiration?" As children, we promised to come here one day. Originally, this was an A-rank labyrinth, and as novice adventurers, Alicia and the other two couldn't obtain exploration permits. But with the title of hero, they were allowed to explore it. Shimichi Yasuke was very interested in their story. He looked through Alicia's memories and realized that this was a pact the three of them had made as children. Zun Zun looked at them and asked politely, "Really? Do you want our help?" "No, thank you very much, because this is our goal, we have to do it alone." "Really?" Alicia and the others declined Zun Zun's help. However, as novice adventurers, they had no idea how terrifying an advanced level labyrinth could be. As naive college students with clear eyes who had surely experienced the harshness of society, Zun Zun simply advised them to be careful and stop them. The three of them entered the labyrinth together. Soon, their cries of pain could be heard from within. "It hurts. Is that an arrow? Hey, idiot, what did you just press? It's poison gas." Soon, the three of them emerged, battered and bruised, clearly paying a heavy price for their recklessness. Seeing this, the beautiful elf girl approached in concern, but still said harshly, "HMPH, there's nothing I can do. Seeing how devastated you are, I'll reluctantly help you." "Let's help too," Zun Zun said. "Please." Alicia was filled with gratitude. Thus, the team solving the labyrinth now consisted of 6. Upon entering, the beautiful elf girl drew her longsword and walked at the front, keeping an eye out for dangers. She also explained to the 3 novice adventurers following her how to approach a difficult labyrinth and what they should keep in mind in such situations. She was dedicated and conscientious, like a skilled teacher teaching an ignorant student. Because ignorance is truly a bad thing. However, wait a minute, Shimichi Yasuke stopped them. After a series of miraculous maneuvers, they successfully found the labyrinth's secret door and took a shortcut into the depths. There, they saw the labyrinth's treasure, the artifact, the wand of salvation. After casually tossing the wand to Alice, Shimichi Yasuke exclaimed with joy, "Great! We have the wand." "Oh, yes, great." The 3 of them stared blankly at the wands they were holding. Their words of celebration were devoid of emotion, as if they were lacking the joy and happiness of obtaining a divine artifact. Even the beautiful elf girl was speechless at the chaotic strategy. Sorry, Shimichi Yasuke seemed to understand something. He grabbed Leica and Edgar's heads and was about to erase their memories. Wait, Zun Zun quickly stopped them. "What are you doing, you really want to clear the dungeon and get the equipment, right? My method of exploiting a bug would surely disgust you, so you want to start over, then there's no need to erase their memories. Have you forgotten? You don't remember completing the game." That's why." Shimichi Yasuke clapped his hands. Zun Zun comforted the frightened trio, saying, "I'm sorry you didn't get the experience. Let's start over." He then returned his wand to its place and, without them knowing what was happening, went back to challenging the labyrinth normally. Later, he asked the beautiful elf to guide them through the labyrinth, explaining it to them as they completed it. Of course, Zun Zun helped them as well. And Shimichi Yasuke seemed to find it amusing and helped them out once as well. Once they became familiar with the process, the 3 of them tackled the labyrinth alone again and again, until they completed it without taking any damage. This practice of repeatedly redoing the dungeon allows even novice adventurers to experience the joy of completing it, right? How beautiful! When Alicia and the others finally obtained the wand of salvation through their own efforts, they were moved to tears, saying they would definitely remember that moment. They seemed happy. Zun Zun congratulated them and then returned to the labyrinth with Shimichi Yasuke. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Well," the beautiful elf girl pursed her lips awkwardly. She had seen this scene many times, and while she still didn't understand their actions, she knew the reason. To run at full speed. Run at full speed, what's that? Clearly, Alicia and the other 3 didn't understand why Zun Zun and Shimichi Yasuke kept trying to figure out this maze over and over again. The first time they appeared was at the 45-minute mark. "Zun Zun, let me build the ice slide for the jumping pad. That way we can move faster." "Okay, I'll leave that to you." The second time they appeared was at the 30-minute mark. Yasuke was too slow against the giant Grim. "Your lightning magic is much weaker than mine. I'll take care of it next time, then I'll help you." The third time was 20 minutes, then 15, 10, 5. Time kept speeding up. Almost immediately after entering, they heard a rustling sound inside the maze, and then the two emerged, arm in arm, exchanging confused words. Time ticked by until the sun set over the horizon and night fell. Zun Zun and Shimichi Yasuke finally emerged from the labyrinth with satisfied faces. Then, at the entrance to the labyrinth, a stone tablet appeared with incomprehensible words and a timestamp engraved on it. Speedrun record, Zun Zun and Shimichi Yasuke completed the test in 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Chapter 329 The Feast of Evil. After clearing a series of A-level labyrinths, Zun Zun and the others bid farewell to Alicia and the others. Goodbye? Where are you going? Edgar asked helplessly. He was still thinking about continuing on with Zun Zun and the others. After all, they were both very capable and competent teachers, and also very patient with them. As mentors to novice adventurers, they were invaluable. Zun Zun and Shimichi Yasuke exchanged a glance. To the royal capital, we have some trivial matters to attend to. As expected, they shared the same idea. Zun Zun's original intention was to prevent Alicia and the others from being used as tools, but he didn't expect that, in the end, due to the coercion of that damned priest, Alicia and the others would become heroes. If it had nothing to do with him, it would be fine, but since they were the ones who destroyed the goblin army, he couldn't just sit idly by. Really? Alicia lowered her head in regret, but quickly added, we still haven't collected the reward for the beast-slaying subjugation mission in Xiala Ancient Village. No, it's a bit urgent. Our share of the reward? Well, let's talk about it next time. Are you stupid? Aren't you afraid we'll keep it, would you? Of course not, Laika retorted angrily, her cheeks flushed, humiliated. Edgar couldn't help but chuckle. Knowing his true nature, Zun Zun knew they wouldn't take the reward. But they were truly in a hurry. 4 months had passed since the second 6-month deadline, and they still had one last temple left to conquer and destroy. It was precisely because of that short time that Zun Zun was detoring to the capital to settle the aftermath of this matter. Laika was joking with Ed, discussing the jokes, when Alicia stepped forward and gave Shimichi Yasuke several talismans. They were recovery talismans. It was precisely because of this portable talisman that Zun Zun's healing potion wasn't very popular. The beautiful elf said with some surprise, Miss Alicia, isn't this a very precious item? Yes, and I can make it myself, so I don't need it. Shimichi Yasuke, with a serious air, pretended to return the talisman, but Alicia shook her head and smiled. No, it's a gift for you. Really? Hearing that it was a gift, she stopped refusing. Then the three of them said their goodbyes. Hey, Kuroki. Don't die when we meet next time to give you your reward. But with your strength, you shouldn't have any problems, right? Thank you, Miss Elf and Zun Zun, for your guidance. Thank you, I'll always remember that. See you next time. The three of them waved goodbye and elegantly left, but before they had traveled 100 meters, the beautiful elf girl could no longer hide her dissatisfaction, puffed out her lips, and crossed her arms. What? Nothing. Zun Zun, you're going to the capital for Alice, aren't you? How kind of you to go to the capital for someone else. You resisted every time I told you to go to the sealed city. A strong scent of jealousy wafted through the air. Behind them, Alice and the others were arguing, seemingly commenting on how mature and powerful the adventurers Zun Zun and the others were. Alice even said she wanted to be as mature as the elf girl. Mature. Looking at the elf girl, with her hair tied up and the temperament of a little girl, she saw no signs of maturity in her appearance or personality. It was more accurate to say that Alice was more mature than she was. Especially in her open-mindedness. You misunderstood me, Kui. Zun Zun shook his head and said, sure, I went to the capital for Alice, look, he said. But it wasn't for her. It was to cover up my own troubles. Elf Archer's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly unconvinced by Zun Zun's crude explanation, but still very curious. It's us, Shimichi Yasuke began to explain, and Elf Archer finally understood. Although jealousy often blinded her, at least her intelligence was still up to par. That's right. Next stop, the royal capital. Zun Zun and the others headed for the royal capital. The bicycle was on the agenda, and a week after they left, they successfully completed it. Elf Archer was smiling happily as she rode it. She had thought she would become Guan Yu on a bicycle, but Zun Zun overlooked that beautiful people look good no matter what they do, and Elf Archer was no exception. With a bicycle, they were faster, but only slightly. Shimichi Yasuke's stamina was still insufficient. Even riding a bicycle meant he was only transitioning from walking to riding, and his lack of strength remained the same. The wind charm was useless. The bicycle was too fragile, falling apart almost at startup, making it slower than a carriage. On the main road, the bicycle became a mere toy. It seemed that not all modern tools were fit for use in another world. It took them 25 days to reach the royal capital. Upon reaching the outskirts of the royal capital, they saw a large group of knights in standard armor, brandishing spears, surrounding Shimaji Yasuke. "Hey, that guy is an orc, hurry up and protect these two, you're chasing them all the way here, you're courting death." The knights protected Zun Zun and the beautiful elf in the crowd. Someone even came to comfort them, telling them that they were safe and not to worry about the orcs. Hurt, but before Zun Zun could explain that the orcs he had mistaken for his comrades were actually his companions, Shimaji Yasuke grabbed the knight captain and instantly refined. No, he was examining his memories. So, the organization with the power to appoint heroes is the church, and the leader of this candidate is Yunyun. So he's conspiring with the army commander at headquarters right now. How did you know this information? The captured captain sweet dropped. Shimaji Yasuke spread his hands and gave a terrifying smile. "Thank you for the information, thank you for telling me this." He already looked like a villain. As Shimaji Yasuke left, the captain shouted, "The thieving beast's destination is likely the military headquarters. Gather the troops. That lord is no exception, that lord wants one too. But he's still unwilling to come out. Then coax him until he does. And what about those two civilians? Bring them into the city and finish them off, Captain. Those two civilians have disappeared." "What? Oh no, it's a trap. They're plotting. How is this possible?" In short, the scene was in chaos, and with their propaganda, the entire capital would descend into chaos. However, the already elusive Zun Zun and the beautiful elf girl had no business being together. The two of them chased after Shimaji Yasuke. He was normally as slow as a snail, but his sudden onslaught of damage was terrifying, making it nearly impossible for anyone to catch up. The three of them arrived at the royal army headquarters. Zun Zun gestured for them to follow him, and at the same time, used optical camouflage magic to conceal their figures. Upon arriving at the hall, a man in a priest's uniform spoke to a man in a military uniform sitting behind a long table. "What are those three doing? I remember they obtained an A-rank exploration permit for the Deep Dark Labyrinth from the Adventurers Guild a month ago. They also received rewards for defeating monsters in Xialae Ancient Village. Since then, there has been no activity." Tisk. The man in a military uniform clicked his tongue unhappily, saying, "It seems they've given up on conquering the labyrinth and have started taking on safe and profitable quests. When I heard they were using Hero's Permit to conquer the dangerous dungeon, I thought they might be useful." His expression indicated not a desire for those three to be useful, but a hope that they would simply die in the labyrinth. But is that really a good idea, from the perspective of the church that appointed them? No, not at all. For the current church, the term hero is just one of many honorary titles tainted by misdeeds. The priest smiled, looking kinda ineffable, but his narrowed eyes occasionally flashed with a sinister and cunning look, revealing that he wasn't as benevolent as he appeared. Compared to this, the construction costs of the new cathedral are already seriously overrun, and this matter is even more urgent and troublesome. After all, our church is leading the initiative to make the capital a place of comfort for so many lost souls. "I know," the man in military uniform interrupted, as if not wanting the priest to finish his words. "If the heroes were forced into desperate circumstances, even the optimistic Minister of Finance would be forced to agree to a request for an increase in military spending. In that case, 10% of the funds would be donated to the church through the military association, as agreed. In any case, your good intentions are sincere, and on behalf of all believers, I express my deepest gratitude." The priest bowed pretentiously, his face betrayed not devotion to the gods, but rather a lust for wealth and a mercenary attitude. The beautiful elf could no longer suppress the urge to charge forward and confront them. Their previous conversation had completely ignored the lives of Alicia and the others, attempting to exploit their crisis, or even their deaths, to attract the kingdom's attention and increase military funding. This was pure murder and theft. Zun Zun held her shoulder. He was furious, but this wasn't the time to leave. He was using a magic item to record the conversation, which he could use as evidence to incriminate these people. However, he had overlooked another member of the team. "I see, that's what's going on. What? Not only the priests, but even Zun Zun stared ahead in astonishment. They didn't know when Shimaki Yasuke had disappeared from Zun Zun's sight and appeared before the uniformed man. What the hell was he planning? Everyone present unconsciously pondered this question. Chapter 330 I give you your favorite big cup. Damn it, release the commander. He's exaggerating a crisis for the kingdom, pocketing the increased military budget, and that's why he's killing those three. Come to think of it, there's something fishy about that night, the night it all started. Shimiji Yasuke didn't answer who he was or release the commander. Instead, he focused on consulting the memory of the silent uniformed man. Soon, the truth came out. Knowing full well that a force of 50,000 men, mainly goblins, was approaching, the uniformed man forced Alicia and the other two rookie adventurers to block the way, even going so far as to lie that there were only 10 goblins. That guy is really disgusting. Indeed, Zun Zun put away the engraved crystal. No matter how this incident ended, the uniformed man would probably never become the kingdom's commander again. Shimiji Yasuke was also unusually angry. He had assumed it was a misunderstanding within the kingdom, so he tried to explain, but he hadn't expected it to turn out like this. So, even then, you already considered those three people abandoned. Was it wrong? The uniformed man's gaze was sharp. He removed the hand that was clutching his head and snorted coldly. They risked their lives to become adventurers of their own free will. So, let them risk their lives. Is it wrong? He showed no remorse for his mistake, didn't even understand the crux of the matter, and continued speaking on his own. Bastard, the beautiful elf, enraged, threatened to fight him, while Shimaki Yasuke stammered, completely speechless, his gaze fixed on Zun Zun for help. Why was this guy becoming so eloquent at this moment? Of course they're wrong. Zun Zun stepped forward and retorted loudly. It's true that the three of them volunteered to risk their lives and become adventurers, but deliberately sending them there to die was a complete deception. But they're heroes. No. They weren't heroes without strength, at least not at first. And the title of hero was forced upon them by you, so to speak. They're citizens of this kingdom and have an obligation to sacrifice themselves for it, even if it means sacrificing their lives, but they also have the right to know, at least their own situation. And, you misunderstood one thing from the very beginning. Although you let them die, it wasn't for noble reasons like saving the kingdom, but to satisfy your selfish desire to get rich. Although Alicia and the others were citizens of this kingdom and had even been granted the title of heroes, they were still novice adventurers, with only 6 months of experience. Sending them into dangerous situations would be nothing more than sending them to their deaths. Whatever the commander said, Zun Zun, with his sharpest tongue, refuted it all, leaving even him speechless. Modern theory was unmatched, easily defeating the people of another world. Zun Zun pursed his lips. Recall that he was once a brilliant debater. The fourth debater on the affirmative side was as powerful as a rock, besting 7 opponents, regardless of whether they were friends or foes, silencing his opponents, thrilling his companions, and disarming the netizens. Just as Zun Zun savored the fruits of his victory, a bright flash suddenly erupted beside him. It quickly faded, and Shimaki Yasuke transformed into an unknown man. Then he walked over and struck the commander with a huge slap, leaving him completely stunned. What the hell do you want? Hey! What are you talking about? Slap, slap after slap, without even giving the commander a chance to speak, uttering incomprehensible words that were neither the language of this world nor that of Livin. But the man Shimaki Yasuke transformed into was incredibly forceful and unreasonable. I'm sorry, finally, the commander confessed under the beating. No, why bother? I've already refuted it. Even if I'm not good with the words, I have no reason to be so rude and violent. But Shimiji Yasuke didn't listen. Even when the commander, under pressure, admitted his guilt, he still didn't stop slapping them. That was until the adjutant, who had remained silent until then, stood in front of the commander and loudly recounted the events of the past, using both emotion and reason to explain why the commander had acted so recklessly. Then Shimiji Yasuke slapped them both, completely ignoring their explanation, forcing them to bow their heads and apologize once more. Is an apology enough? What? Are you satisfied with this? The commander wiped his swollen cheek, glaring at the three of them and shouted, 5 months ago, since the subjugation of the demonic poison dragon, extraordinary events have been occurring all over this continent. 4 months ago, the demonic flame dragon was subjugated. 3 months ago, the barrier sealing the city almost disappeared. 2 months ago, the storm dragon disappeared for unknown reasons, and 1 month ago, The natural barrier between humans and monsters was destroyed. With the disappearance of the 3 demonic dragons, the balance of power between monsters has been broken, resulting in this huge movement by the Goblin Legion. In less than half a year, so many major events have occurred. Obviously, unknown beings are trying to destroy the balance of this world. What can be achieved by relying solely on benevolence, righteousness, and morality? Can others do it? What the commander said was done by Zun Zun and the others. The beautiful elf tugged at his clothes and whispered, "Hey, have we done so many terrible things in the past 6 months? How is it possible, really?" Then I feel relieved. It was Yasuke who destroyed the barrier sealing the city. It had nothing to do with me. Huh? What about the others? Wait, what about the others? Why aren't you saying anything? Zun Zun's silence made her even more stunned. And speaking of which, when did the storm dragon dissipate and the natural barrier disappear? She had always been by his side, almost never leaving. Meanwhile, Shimaki Yasuke didn't dare do anything. Most of these things were related to him. I wanted to return home as soon as possible, but I didn't expect it to cause such an impact. Zun Zun pulled at his hair. Normally, it would have taken Shimaki Yasuke 3 years to bring about all this, but with Zun Zun's intervention, he acted with complete recklessness in his eagerness to return home as soon as possible, which apparently caused the commander some anxiety. After all, something important had been happening almost every month for the past 6 months. It would be strange if he weren't afraid. Zun Zun looked at the crystal recording, thought for a moment, and then stored it in the deepest compartment. Just then, a chilling aura suddenly emanated from outside, forcing Zun Zun and the others to retreat and allowing the commander to take the opportunity to take the adjutant's daughter. Uh-oh, that lord. A living legend. Ha, you're doomed. Damned thieves. Despite the chilling aura, the onlookers cheered enthusiastically, some even shouting, "Guardian and bearer of legend, the sleeping beauty of the ice god. Mabel Rebel, sleeping forever in the sword's radiance." Seeing Zun Zun and the others greet her, Mabel's frozen divine sword, as well as her aloof expression, completely melted. The resulting phenomenon sparked a huge discussion among the soldiers. "Ms. Mabel's sword has melted. How could you possibly have one with a mere sword like that? You're mistaken." "What?" the knight retorted, looking at his companion in disbelief. Her companion then explained seriously, "The blade covering the frozen divine sword possesses incredible combat power, but the ice-binding protection form is only a seal and protection. The true terror of the frozen divine sword lies in its tiny form, now revealed. Even a mere graze of the blade's edge would seal even the demonic flame dragon for decades. It is a truly terrifying legendary sword. However, to unleash its divine power, it requires, this is my family heirloom. How could you know more about it than I do?" Mabel's face darkened. She gaped and stared at the knight in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this man could understand the frozen divine sword so much better than she did. This confusion was soon dispelled. "Wow, such detailed information, how did you know? You seem a bit disgusting," the knight grumbled. The knight, still continuing to explain, realized that misunderstood, and immediately declared righteously, "No, you're wrong. This book is a bestseller on the street I was inspecting earlier." Then he took out a book, all about the Ice Clan, Noble Bloodline and Mission by Coronel Rebel. What is the Ice Clan's annual income? Who is their lover? The truth about the clan, known only to the ancient guardians. The magic flame dragon, the frozen divine sword, the ice priestess. The forbidden book reveals all these secrets. It's hard to say, but both the main title and the subtitles are quite captivating. Words like noble bloodline and mission, the truth about the Ice Clan, the Ice Priestess, and other secrets instantly grab one's attention. The effective range of the frozen divine sword, the maximum duration of its freezing seal, etc. It's packed with useful information. Really? Show it to me. I want it too. The knights passed a book full of information about the frozen divine sword in front of Mabel, who cried in despair. Mom, who eloped with a younger man when I was 9, the frozen divine sword froze once more. It should be called the ice-binding protection form. How should I put it? That's too much. The beautiful elf and Zun Zun couldn't help but sympathize with Mabel. After all, Mabel's mother enjoyed life, but the consequences, of course, were ruining her own daughter. Zun Zun looked back inside. He knew the feeling all too well. People like the Axis cult, Cecily, Zesta, Aqua, etc. Those idiots were always willing to take her life for granted. He didn't expect Mabel's mother to be the same. If the Axis cult didn't exist in this other world, then surely they would have recommended. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 The End of the Universe is, the end of the universe is. On the field, Shimichi, Yasuke and Mabel were engaged in a fierce battle. Both the knights and the others were stunned by the sudden start of the intense battle, but this wasn't the case. Wow, how impressive. We're here, and they can't see us. Optical camouflage magic. It's very similar to Mabel's ice magic, but the downside is that it's easily discovered if you get too close. In a corner, the others were cheering at Shimichi, Yasuke and Mabel's false appearance. Even in another world, even if their positions differed, they wouldn't be able to fight the moment they met. They should at least have a good talk. Compared to this, why is Mabel here? Normally, she wouldn't have returned to the village, discovered that her doghouse had been used as firewood, and then returned to seek revenge. Zun had even planned how to advise her a second time, but instead of seeking revenge, Mabel became a knight of the kingdom even sooner than expected. Because my house was demolished, Mabel said with a grimace. As expected, the villagers, realizing that the ice sword was no longer needed following the disappearance of the demon flame dragon, unleashed their pent-up resentment and tore down their treehouse. Why you? I didn't expect it to end like this because of us. I'm sorry, the beautiful elf apologized. She had just learned from the commander the profound impact of her actions over the past 6 months, and it was clear that Mabel was also a victim, hence her regret. It's okay, I don't care. Mabel waved her hand dismissively, her expression completely unlike her usual generosity. But then her face darkened, and a wicked smile spread across her face. Anyway, after I left, I froze their feet and applied the chokehold. Really? It seemed Mabel wasn't as indifferent as she appeared, and the beautiful elf couldn't blame her. After all, it wasn't clear who was responsible, but she still felt something was wrong with Mabel. Thanks to that, I discovered my own power. Remembering what Zun Zun had said about living with the frozen divine sword, I came to the kingdom and became a normal knight, so that's how it is. It was thanks to someone's guidance. Yes, that's right. That's great, someone's guidance. The beautiful elf glared at Zun Zun, making him uncomfortable. Mabel becoming a normal knight of the kingdom had nothing to do with him. She had probably benefited from the frozen divine sword and her mother's constant propaganda about its power. Salary, bonuses, 5 social insurances, and a housing fund, all very normal, and also 5 social insurances and a housing fund, yes. I didn't expect these things to exist in other worlds. Zun Zun rubbed his forehead. As expected of a private, iron rice bowl, even in another world, he still received the benefits he deserved. Shimichi Yasuke was silent for a moment. Mabel, on the other hand, said somewhat complacently, compared to this job, adventurer work is utter rubbish. Considering your future, being an adventurer is a complete waste of time. Wolf, there's Zun Zun and Miss Elf, you should all come running. Oh, come. That disdainful attitude after landing, as if the end of the universe was enlistment and there was no future beyond. Excuse me, Miss Mabel, what's wrong with you? Shimichi Yasuke unconsciously used honorifics. Whether it was out of submission to social status or the idea that Mabel was a successful predecessor, he had unconsciously placed himself in an inferior position, erecting a thick barrier between them. It was when I was camping in the wilderness that I was mistaken for a wild beast. You see, it was because of the effects of this beastly robe, made for camping. Then, the patrolling kingdom knights tried to hunt me down, but were attacked by the protective ice blades. So they certified me as a knight, Ice, the last descendant of Ice Clan camping in the wilderness. Clearly Ice Clan, the beautiful elf couldn't admit it. Hadn't she just learned from Mabel that the villagers had demolished her house for firewood? After all, my family is so famous and so trusted. For you wolf people, this route might be a little difficult to follow. It's more like only I can do it. Showing off naked. She shone with a little sunshine, boasting about her success to Zun Zun and the others, despite being only a common knight. Well, do you want to come? Forget it. I'm no good with humans, and besides, my goal is to find lost artifacts, not have a steady job. If so, I'd better stay in the elven settlement. Well, nothing, The beautiful elf is a member of the elven royal family. If she wanted to, she could easily prosper among the elves. There would be no need to flee to the human kingdom to be a simple knight. I'll forget, or, why, sorry, my goal is to return home, and I'm almost there, so I won't waste my time here. Zun Zun shook his head. Why, I mean, why? Hearing Zun Zun's reluctance, Mabel suddenly became agitated for some reason. She kept asking questions, saying, "It's you who have disturbed my life. You should be with me. This is the legitimate job of a knight, an iron rice bowl for a lifetime. Why, wait, Miss Mabel, you're bothering me. Let go of me, Mabel, let go of Zun Zun." Mabel, clinging to her iron rice bowl, was emotionally unstable. She crawled all over Zun Zun like a parasite clinging to him. The beautiful elf was horrified and kept tugging at Mabel's clothes, and the three of them became tangled and struggled. I see, that's what's going on. The commander and the knights suddenly appeared before the four people in the corner. Seeing this, Mabel cried out in a panic, "Why?" "Because he's so strong, optical camouflage magic could hide the form, but not the voice." The three men's heated argument aroused the commander's suspicions. Although Shimiji Yasuke manipulated the magic to intensify the battle, the illusion kept unraveling. Think about it, how could the legendary ice clam sleep rough? Phew. We've been shamelessly tricked. I didn't expect them to infiltrate the Dark Orcs to spy on them, huh? No, that's not true. Then why would the renowned Ice Clan be so destitute as to sleep rough? Give me a reasonable answer. Mabel was speechless. She couldn't say she was homeless because she didn't have a job, and her house had been demolished for firewood, forcing her to sleep on the streets. But there was no way to argue now. Can't you answer? As expected, the commander was about to reprimand Mabel when he noticed her body trembling slightly. Then, her expression suddenly changed, and her icy eyes turned menacing. She turned and swung the frost-divine sword at Zun Zun. The unexpected attack missed, blocked by Zun Zun's thunder sword. Then, a fierce battle broke out. Even faster than the illusion Yasuke Shimamoto had created. What's going on all of a sudden? Is it a fight? Anger out of shame? Even the beautiful elf felt it. But just as she was about to attack, Zun Zun stopped her. "Yasuke, tend to the wounded. Use the diadem." Working in close coordination, the three quickly sprang into action. One tended to the injured knight, while another exchanged blows with Zun Zun. "Mabel, wake up." He struck Mabel's head, knocking her unconscious. How could this be called a wake-up call? Wasn't this just payback for how she had just bullied Zun Zun? Zun rushed into the crowd, swimming through it like a fish, and grabbed someone by the neck. Ahem, magic that manipulates the souls and bodies of living beings is holy magic. Zun Zun's slender arms lifted the priest up, his bright crimson eyes shone with danger. You're using holy magic to connect your consciousness with Mabel's soul and control her. That's you, priest. Ahem, your eyes are filled with evil, and you're even mixing with orcs. As expected, you're a demon without a doubt. The priest was condemning someone without hesitation. In fact, Zun Zun's expression was somewhat arrogant and ferocious, and coupled with his terrifying red eyes, even with his natural beauty, he could easily be mistaken for a violent demon. Not a demon, but a crimson demon, so that's it, a demon called the Crimson Demon Clan. What the hell? While the Crimson Demon Clan's behavior was sometimes even more extreme than that of the demons, Zun Zun was also furious when called a demon. It was as if Aqua would get angry when called the goddess of the group. "Commander," Shimiji Yasuke declared. "It's fine to get your hands dirty defending your country, but isn't there something else you could do first? You have so many comrades who admire you, yet you don't trust their abilities. But 2 months ago, I decided to transform into a demon and abandon those three. Now it's too late to leave unscathed." "Yes, I'm sorry." Under the cold gaze of Shimiji Yasuke's demon master, the commander finally confessed his mistake. Even the priest's constant shouting proved useless. Finally, Shimiji Yasuke's flashy dragon transformation magic tore through the ceiling and flew away. Why did you transform into a dragon? Who knows what the orcs are thinking?" Zun Zun and the beautiful elf exchanged a glance, then took advantage of the chaos to flee, taking Mabel and her dismissal notice with him. Chapter 332, Live like a termite and don't work even after death, still rely on the ancestors to survive, all thanks to the frozen sword. The day after his disturbance in the capital, Zun Zun woke up in a single motel bed, with two beautiful girls in light, soft, and fragrant pajamas on top of him. His mind was a little dazed, but he quickly recalled the events of the previous night. Mabel had been fired from the Knights of the Kingdom. Upon losing her secure job, she had cried inconsolably the night before, a heartbreaking experience. Feeling sorry for her, Zun Zun and the elf comforted her until she cried herself to sleep, and the two exhausted girls followed suit. The elf's body swayed slightly, quickly opening her emerald green eyes. Upon seeing Zun Zun, a blush spread across her cheeks. I was too tired last night. Don't worry, I swear on my innocence, I never did anything wrong to you. Then do it. What? Playing while sleeping was still unfamiliar territory for Zun Zun, who had just turned 14. I didn't. She seemed disappointed that Zun Zun hadn't done anything. Suddenly, Mabaloo went over to hug him. It had just been the winter festival, and the temperature was still quite low. Feeling the chill, she hugged Zun Zun and stroked him, as if trying to warm up. That's my place. We finally managed to get close enough to sleep in the same bed, but even if that were the case, it was no reason for anyone else to take advantage. The beautiful elf, a little displeased, tugged at Mabaloo's clothes, but not very tightly. Mom, no. In her sleep, Mabaloo clung to Zun Zun tightly, talking in her sleep, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. The beautiful elf felt a pang of pain. I don't want to work, Mabaloo suddenly cried. Mom, didn't you say you would live like a termite and die like a worm, and continue gnawing at our ancestors, all thanks to the Frost Divine Sword? Do you remember? I really don't want to work, Mom. Mom, the one who eloped with a young man and disappeared when I was 9, their sleep talk was truly wordless. But considering that Mabel's mother had indeed betrayed her, it was only natural that birds of a feather would flock together. The elf, unable to bear the pain, struck her with a knife. That hurts. Mabel, awakened by the blow, suddenly regained consciousness. She stared at the elf and asked, "Why did you hit me?" Well, because I couldn't stand watching you scream that you didn't want to work. Actually, I was joking. I want to work. Mabel, I want to work. It's glorious. Work is the most glorious thing, Mabel said with tears streaming down her face. The elf girl couldn't bear to look at her. She hurriedly said, It's good that you want to think that, but don't force yourself. You're already showing signs of rejection. By the way, weren't you a realm knight for a while? Why are you still like this, realm knight? Yes, realm knight. I'm not a realm knight anymore. Heh. My iron rice bowl is gone. Mabel's expression was grim, as if she had lost all hope in life. She probably wouldn't get such a good job again. Not only was the Ice Clan linked to the Dark Orcs, but her mother had also revealed the secret of the Frost Sword to her. My life is shattered. Mabel covered her face with her hands, her shoulders trembling as she sobbed. Zun Zun and the beautiful elf girl exchanged glances, each with regret and remorse in the other's eyes. After all, the three people who had caused chaos in the capital were responsible for her losing her job. Hurry up and think of a solution. Oh, me, Zun Zun, taking the hint from the elf, hesitated for a moment. Mabel also stopped sobbing, looking at her through her fingers, covering her mouth. Zun Zun, looking at her, pretended to sob. This guy seemed so self-confident. If he didn't feel so guilty about her, he would have quit. Is there something? Zun Zun rummaged through his body and his storage box. Honestly, he was a main quest player. He basically wouldn't do insignificant side quests to save money like Shimiji Yasuke, so he had nothing to compensate Mabel with. Except this, what do you think? Zun Zun raised his trembling hand, and in his palm was an exquisitely shaped ring. What is this? This is a ring made of crystals transformed from murloc tears and 7-colored coral. It is one of only 7 rings in the world. If you sell it, you can enjoy a peaceful life. So eye-catching. The elf girl's eyes had been piercing Zun Zun like needles ever since, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Give it here, okay? Yes, if you don't mind. Really? You've been hesitant to part with it from the start. Yes, it means a lot to me, because she's afraid of being scolded by the beautiful elf girl, but, if it's you, Mabel, it's fine, no misunderstandings, it means a lot, a wedding ring, so I'm fine, a marriage partner. Hey, are you really that happy? Zun Zun looked at Mabel, who suddenly smiled foolishly. That's right, being able to stay at home peacefully for the rest of his life and having such a large fortune must be very happy. Mabel carefully took the ring and put it on her left ring finger, then smiled mischievously. If her right hand hadn't touched her cheek to keep her lips from splitting, she might have laughed out loud. The beautiful elf hurriedly said, Sure, Mabel, sell this ring. Huh? Just by selling this ring can we cover the expenses of living at home, right? Great, Mabel. The elf's enthusiasm made Mabel hesitate. She looked at the ring on her left ring finger, then at Zun Zun, who was also watching her. But it's better to be self-sufficient, and no matter. Didn't you say you didn't want to work? You should take advantage of this opportunity, but I don't dare ask at the pawn shop. I'll help you negotiate the price. In the end, the elf couldn't help but insist, her smile growing increasingly fake. Mabel pondered for a long time. Forget it. Besides, I can't sell something so valuable. I'll have to wait until I starve to death. But knowing the power of the frozen sword, I guess that day won't come. Hey, really? Hey, really? The beautiful elf girl's desperate attempts at persuading him failed. She looked at Zun Zun with a hint of disgust, causing him to sweat profusely. But he had no other choice. In order to continue advancing, Zun Zun rarely hunted in the labyrinth. Even now, he was still spending money on the rewards for selling the demonic poison dragon and subduing the demonic flame dragon and the slaying beast, and that money was almost gone. It was understandable why Mabel was reluctant to sell the ring. After all, she already knew the power of the frozen sword and had tasted its sweetness. Life would be easy for her from now on. It was strange that he was so poor despite having the frozen sword. It was like begging for food from a mountain of gold. Right, Zun Zun clapped his hands and said, Mabel, you don't have anything to do right now, right? How about I hire you? Hire Mabel? The two women exchanged glances. Yes. My goal is to use the collision of the demonic flame dragon and other powerful forces to distort space. So, the more power, the better. Especially with the frozen divine sword, which can have a great effect on the demonic flame dragon, it is undoubtedly the best aid. Indeed, the beautiful elf woman nodded reluctantly. Although she hated to admit it, Mabel's frozen divine sword was a natural enemy of the demonic flame dragon. Having it around would definitely make things safer. What are you talking about? Mabel was confused. She hadn't realized that the demonic flame dragon was still alive and sealed, nor that Zun Zun was a transferee from another world, requiring the collision of the demonic flame dragon and other powerful forces to distort space. So she began to explain. A transferee from another world. Mabel's mouth fell open in surprise. She stared at Zun Zun in disbelief, as if she were seeing a rare species. Then, she clasped her hands, adopting the sacred pose of a shrine maiden, and whispered, Sir, I have been transferred from another world. Allow me to tell you a story about the Frost Sword and the Ice Clan ancestors. No need. I already know it. What? Mabel, struck by lightning, staggered twice, and then her eyes filled with tears as she spoke. My story. The only thing I know well is how to tell it. I've worked so hard to finally meet someone who's been transferred from another world. My mother, the one who eloped with a young man and disappeared when I was 9, I was wrong. I'll just listen. She was like Aunt Yunyun, who had a connection with fire. An hour later, Mabel breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly content, as if it had all been for that moment. By the way, I've accepted Zun Zun's offer. After all, it's the Ice Clan's destiny to seal the demonic flame dragon. That's a great help, but I'm a nocturnal creature, so I need to go to bed now. I wake up at 2 p.m., so please wait for me until 5 p.m. before leaving. You're just a worker, don't be so lazy. It hurts. No violence. Zun Zun grabbed Mabel's soft cheek, making her cry out in pain. Listen, Mabel, from now on, I'll only give you lodging, 3 meals a day, and snacks. You must work at least 8 hours, and any overtime will be tripled. Of course, even if you work very hard, I'll only give you 5 times your wages as a bonus. I want to work. Work is the most glorious thing. Thus, he successfully tricked the last descendant of the Ice Clan into working as a laborer. Chapter 333, Give a ring, but to a man. Mabel was the type to follow orders, and the beautiful elf was even harder to scare away. They were both incredibly powerful and provided Zun Zun with much-needed support. The beautiful elf asked curiously, So what do we do now? Go find our indispensable companion, Orc Face, Wolf Gunblood. Hearing Zun Zun's words, the two exchanged glances. Zun Zun could defeat the demon flame dragon alone, but if their powers collided and distorted space, Shimichi Yasuke would be indispensable. After all, he could control immortal essence, and he alone could take care of everyone except Zun Zun. And we can't leave that guy alone. If we keep dragging it out like this, who knows what chaos he'll cause. Yes, after all, he's become a demon flame dragon. Shimichi Yasuke had just finished his charade and ran outside, not foreseeing the chaos that was about to ensue. Now, everyone in the capital had witnessed his transformation into a demonic flame dragon, mistakenly believing that a mythical monster was wreaking havoc in the capital, and were afraid to go out. Even now, the capital was in chaos, with the streets filled with rumors. However, neither the commander nor the priests had posted any wanted notices or anything of the sort. Perhaps, after witnessing Shimichi Yasuke's power and knowing that they would be unable to contain him, they would rather believe his words and give up. That guy said you could call on him anytime you saw danger, but didn't he consider himself to be the culprit behind the crisis? The beautiful elf girl complained. Zun Zun, stunned, stood there as if struck by lightning. Sorry, I didn't mean you, Zun Zun. No, it's okay, this is definitely my fault, whether it was the demonic poison dragon, the demonic flame dragon, the storm dragon, or even the natural barrier between humanity and the Demon King's army. Zun Zun had destroyed them all, and there were no excuses. Even in 6 months, the enormous turmoil he had caused was understandably attributed to the Demon King. I don't blame Zun Zun, Mabel said, tugging at Zun Zun's clothes. It's okay, I don't need comfort, no, I really don't care, Mabel, because I received compensation. It hurts, I'm against violence. I'm against violence. Seeing her showing off the ring, Zun Zun couldn't help but react. He really hoped that this guy would be more lenient and that the price of the ring wouldn't prevent him from blaming him. After all, Zun Zun couldn't give them all a priceless ring to compensate, right? Right, let's go find Orc Face. The beautiful elf saw that the two were getting intimate and pushed Zun Zun's hand away in disgust, earning Mabel's gratitude. The demonic fire dragon Shimichi Yasuke had transformed into was enormous, making it easy to spot wherever it went. However, it might have acquired the mind of a demonic fire dragon, flying aimlessly, causing Zun Zun and his team to waste a lot of time. However, without Shimichi Yasuke's slowness, they found it somewhere on a plane in less than a week. Behave yourself. Zun Zun's fist, engulfed in flames, slammed hard into the head of the demonic fire dragon Shimichi Yasuke transformed into. As the dragon fell, Mabel was already down. Fall into deep sleep, the ice divine sword plunged fiercely into the flames. The fierce flames surged several times before suddenly extinguishing, and then a bright light shone brightly. After a brief flash of blinding light, Shimichi Yasuke appeared before everyone. So easy, Mabel stared in disbelief, stunned, at the frozen divine sword he held in his hand. According to her family's stories, even with the aid of the frozen divine sword, fighting the demonic flame dragon was a near-fatal battle, but now it was much easier than she imagined. Perhaps this isn't a real demonic flame dragon, a real one is far more formidable. Zun Zun, having personally fought the demonic flame dragon, was the most qualified person to speak on the matter. But he was also very powerful. The commander said that dragon transformation magic was a skill that only extremely rare individuals could master, and that the resulting power was naturally immense. Not to mention that Shimichi Yasuke, with the help of the immortal spirit, transformed into a demonic flame dragon. Shimichi Yasuke lay fast asleep on the ground. After a week of non-stop flying, he was probably exhausted, so Zun Zun and the others didn't disturb him but instead covered him with a blanket. They hoped he would get some rest, but someone kept interrupting him, seemingly on cue. Ow, ow, ow. A flippant voice made them frown. Turning to the side, they saw a man with a mocking smile leading a group of people toward them. There have been rumors about an orc who transformed into a dragon. I even hired mercenaries to hunt him down, but I didn't expect them to have captured him by now. And I didn't expect our guest to be here. A glint flashed in his half-open eyes, a sign that he was someone to be reckoned with. A little frightened, Mabel hid behind Zun Zun and whispered, "Who is this person?" "The Greyfulgen Merchant Guild," the beautiful elf replied, adopting a defensive stance. The man's familiar attitude was off-putting. "What a coincidence," the man said with a mischievous smile. "If you hand over the living creature to me, as a regular customer, the price is negotiable, although it's a pittance compared to your loan. By the way, Do you know how many outstanding debts you have? Debts? Miss Elf, are you still in debt? Mabel exclaimed. She seemed surprised that the beautiful elf would owe someone money, like a serious priest who cherishes a small child. Zun Zun looked at her left hand and didn't see the ring. Normally, she shouldn't have owed anything. No, now she did. As if confessing, the beautiful elf took out a familiar ring from her bosom. It was the ring that was supposed to be sold. Zun Zun had been careless, thinking she wasn't wearing it on her finger. He didn't expect it to be hidden in her chest. Where could he see it? He couldn't tear apart the two mountains to see it, could he? The beautiful elf's expression was cold. I've never been late with a payment, and yet you're so desperate to get paid? All that chatter, like a rat turned gangster. As the director of the Chamber of Commerce, shouldn't you remain calm? As expected, the daughter of the Elgar royal family, the man indifferently announced the elf's identity. The way someone in a high position conducts themselves, elf lady, your royalty, will certainly remember your teachings. Wow. Your royalty. Elf lady, how impressive. Unbelievable. Truly unexpected. Enough. Listen up, the man, repeatedly interrupted, roared angrily. Instead of using social tactics to force the elf into submission, he was interrupted by a husky praising her. He glared fiercely at Mabel. While the renowned Ice Clan descendant hid fearfully behind Zun Zun. He had been quite normal in the capital, but now he was painfully shy. Would he have become so shy without the kingdom's knighthood? The interrupted conversation continued. The beautiful elf asked cruelly, did you investigate my identity, because you are an important client, princess? Don't call me princess. She seemed to resent the title. However, it was clear she had no experience dealing with rogues, who delighted in finding fault. If you don't repay your loan, this proud elf princess, if you curry favor with us now, we will treat you well as well. That's right, princess. The frivolous words completely enraged the beautiful elf. She drew her weapon, but the man, already prepared, took out a talisman. A magic circle materialized around the beautiful elf's neck, causing her to moan in pain. Elf lady, Mabel and Zun Zun helped the fallen elf to her feet. The man then said with immense pride, violence is not an option. The Dark Pact spell. Since you sealed it with blood in the name of the elves, you cannot use violence against us. Tisk, phew, using your own body as collateral, how reckless of you. If the marriage into the elven royal family is successful, the Chamber of Commerce will be even stronger, and the name Hagen Grafelgen will be known throughout the continent. Or does the princess plan to repay the debt, resist the ghosts and kill each other? Zun Zun's hand gently caressed the elf's cheek. Hearing his gentle voice, the magic circle binding the pact gradually dissipated, and the talisman in the man's hand turned to ash. The man looked at his empty hand, then at Zun Zun, stunned. How could this happen? Wait. The talisman, my talisman, why is it like this? It's because of the yin attribute immortal spirit. That doesn't matter. You actually broke my talisman. You know, that elven princess still owes me money, the man shouted angrily. Just then, an orc face appeared before him and placed a ring on his left ring finger. So I owe you money. This ring is made of heavenly starstone, said to be one of only 7 in the world. It's priceless. No, not that. I'm sorry, I didn't know about the loan. That's all? Well, don't you value money? It's a gift from me, so please accept it. In the end, Shimiji Yasuke gave her first ring in the other world, but to a man, much to her amusement. Chapter 334, Exploring Hot Springs in Another World. The merchant, after being forcefully given a ring on his left ring finger, fled. More precisely, Shimiji Yasuke's enthusiasm and obsession frightened him. For an orc to force him to wear a ring meant that anyone knew its significance. Even at a distance, Zun Zun could hear the merchant's distant congratulations and angry curses. Yasuke, do you realize what you've done? No, I just heard that he was owed money, so I gave him a ring to thank you for waking me up. Zun Zun. Well, you know how much that ring is worth, right? Or are you so deep in debt that you can't even afford it? That's the problem. Although Shimiji Yasuke may look like a middle-aged man without resources, he's only 17 years old and looks older. Besides, he's still a homebody with games, so it's understandable that he didn't realize the gesture was a marriage proposal. That's the only explanation. After all, you know, there was a naive and foolish Crimson Demon girl who, upon making her first friend, even said something ridiculous like, please teach me, Instead, I want to take a bath. A bath? I haven't showered since I became a dragon, and the heat from the demonic flame dragon has left me sticky and uncomfortable. And without wings or a tail, I'm uncomfortable. You asked for it. This guy was ignoring everything to seem cool. After all, after using transformation magic, the user's actions follow the transformed person's thoughts, which means he's been thinking like a demonic flame dragon for the past few days. By the way, what are you doing hanging around here? Is there something troubling you? Zun Zun was curious. Shimaji Yasuke rubbed his chin and said, I don't quite remember the reason, but I have a feeling she's seeking revenge. Perhaps it's the existence of ice, huh? Mabel shuddered subconsciously. If there was anyone the demon flame dragon hated the most, the frozen divine sword would be second, and no one would dare to claim first place. Even Zun Zun would have to rank behind. Hey, Mabel, Shimaji Yasuke was a little surprised to see her. What are you doing here? Haven't you become a knight of the kingdom? Well, that. Mabel's gaze kept spinning, and she said hesitantly, you see, being a knight of the kingdom limits your vision, so you want to have a broader vision, because someone made a scandal. Mabel was implicated and fired. Yes, I was implicated and fired. Mabel immediately changed her words. What? Shimaji Yasuke was startled, scratched his head in embarrassment, and said, sorry, it seems you accidentally lost your job because of me. How can I compensate you? It doesn't matter, I've already been compensated. She raised her left hand as if to show off. Look, oh, is that a starstone ring? Did Zun Zun give it to you? Considering its immense value, selling it should give you comfortable food and clothing for the rest of your life, right? No, I don't plan on selling it. I want to be self-sufficient. Really? Shimaji Yasuke didn't react. Selling the ring was Mabel's decision, and he wouldn't question it. He also didn't know that Mabel had always wanted to sit idly by, believing that becoming a knight of the kingdom had always been her goal and aspiration. The beautiful elf coughed loudly twice and raised her left hand, revealing her ring. There was no longer any need to hide it, so she displayed it openly. Oh, the elf has a ring too. She bought it from a shop. And that's how she went into debt, eh? Why? Shimaji Yasuke's eyes widened, confused by the elf's reasoning. Zun Zun could only say that he didn't understand girls' hearts. Of course, he didn't understand it either, otherwise he wouldn't have assumed she hadn't rescued the ring just because he didn't see it on her left hand. That doesn't matter, the elf teased Mabel as if she were a pet and then said, don't you want to take a bath? I know a place nearby. Come with me. Oh, that's a great help, Shimaji Yasuke thanked her. I'm really not used to not showering for a few days. You keep complaining, you hypocrite, beast face. You know, a qualified adventurer wouldn't complain like you do even if he didn't shower in a month, eh? As if he truly assumed that the elf hadn't gone a month without a bath, Shimaji Yasuke disdainfully took a few steps back. His distance irritated her. I'm not like you. I can't stand going a month without a bath. You're joking. Since you're an adventurer, you should be patient, right, Mabel? He asked the other girl. No, I shower every day, huh? The elf girl was stunned. But don't you usually camp out in the open? Even if you did, it shouldn't stop you from showering. Besides, with the ice divine sword, showering would be more comfortable. You're joking. Camping normally should be hard. Even eating would be a problem. How could you have the energy to shower? The ice divine sword was truly formidable. Looking at the aggrieved elf girl pleading for help, Zun Zun curled his lips in pity. I actually went a month without a shower, but Zun Zun, don't you have a divine body? The dust will be cleaned away, right? That's right. The smile that had just formed on the elf girl's pretty face froze. She said nothing, lowered her head, and walked forward, leading the way. The moon shone like water. The four of them walked for a long time before finally arriving at a place where they could shower. That sign, yes, it's Libanayu. Before them stood the Liban Hot Spring Inn, a tranquil spring surrounded by bamboo, its walls covered in stone pillars and trees, a truly elegant sight. Mabel was slightly surprised and said, Master, can you understand the words above? After all, we are from the same world. The person who transferred from another world. The beautiful elf pursed her lips and said, the one who opened this hotel is the one who transferred from another world 20 years ago. The one who transferred. Shigeru Murayama was only in Grand Bahamol for about 10 days 20 years ago. It is said that he was 88 years old. He has passed away. Is he that old? Master looked at the hot spring hotel's sign and whispered, Purgatory Hot Springs. What does purgatory mean? Roughly speaking, it's a world where people settle accounts for their deeds in life before going to the next world after death. That is to say, their understanding of the next world is like this. Indeed, what is it like? Shimaki Yasuk spoke with emotion. Zun Zun smiled and said, but what that old man probably couldn't imagine is that after dying, one doesn't go to purgatory, but to meet the goddess. Goddess? Why do you know so much about that, Zun Zun? Because I've died before, several times. What the? His casual words caused everyone's expressions to change. Some found it unbelievable, others absurd. After all, none of the four present, except for Zun Zun, had ever died. And while this world had magic for physical rebirth, it didn't have resurrection magic. No, it existed, but only gods could accomplish it. Zun Zun, are you a guest? Or, at that moment, the hot spring door opened, and a middle-aged man in a yukata appeared. A guest. And this man isn't an orc, he's one of our companions. Excuse me. Since you've answered for me, I have no reason to doubt it. He put aside his hostility and said with a smile, welcome. I am the owner and manager of the Purgatory Inn. My name is Grants. As the hostility dissipated, people introduced themselves. Oh, from what you've said, it seems that you, Miss Elf, know a lot about the predecessors. That's right, transferee matters are quite popular even in the countryside. Oh, it's an honor for both me and the predecessors. The innkeeper seemed to respect the predecessors greatly. However, the beautiful elf asked, we still can't believe that Shijiro built this hotel in less than 10 days by himself. Of course, it's also said that he brought the entire hotel over from another world. That's impossible. When people from another world die, everything they brought with them disappears. It's a proven fact. After the predecessor's death, both his clothes and body turned to ashes before me. Sure enough, it's the same record of the knight's death 400 years ago. Oh, is it the frozen sword? The frozen sword? Mabel trotted over to the two of them and said in anticipation, are you talking about the frozen sword? You seem to be very interested in it. In that case, there's no way, leave it to me, the last descendant of the Ice Clan, to tell you the story of our ancestors and the frozen sword. Ahem, that was 400 years ago? We're not interested. X2 what? Mabel interrupted, lowered her head like a frozen eggplant and walked up to Zun Zun indifferently. I didn't expect to see the last descendant of the Ice Clan. However, unlike the frozen divine sword, this one was constructed through a power, the ability to freely manipulate all biological materials and create objects. The previous generation suffered an accident before a trip to the hot springs and moved here. The owner of the hot spring inn spoke calmly. To Zun Zun, this was an ordinary hot spring inn, but as if to say, if the objects don't impress, let's sell the concept better. He continuously instilled the benefits and history of the hot springs in the guests. Zun Zun listened patiently, courteously, and occasionally offered some advice. Meanwhile, Shimiji Yasuk, this man, was tidying up his storage room right in front of them, leaving everyone speechless. An hour later, when the owner finally finished speaking, everyone entered the inn. The moment Shimiji Yasuk entered, the owner's daughter paled in fear and hid in her mother's arms. Zun Zun sighed helplessly. He knew it would be like this. A friendly smile spread across his face. He walked up to the girl, squatted down, and said softly, hello, you're the boss's daughter. Are you working as a receptionist now? Yes, amazing, amazing. Zun Zun patted her head. The girl woke up from her panic, puffed out her chest proudly, and said, I'm very capable. I'll definitely replace my father and become a qualified general. Oh, well, for having such noble ideals, I have to give you a small reward. Here, some candy appeared in his palm. The girl didn't accept it. She first looked at her mother, and after nodding, she happily accepted it, shouting, thank you, sister, brother, sister, brother, sister. Zun Zun's face changed, but he couldn't get angry. He could only stretch the corners of his lips and said with great difficulty, you will definitely become an important figure in the future. Thank you, sister. Chapter 335 The hot springs see the light, but Zun Zun. After a brief chat, the group parted, with Zun Zun led by the little girl. Perhaps it was the sweetness of the sweets, or perhaps the sweet words that moved her. She had grown fond of Zun Zun. Without Shimiji Yasuk, the beastman, present, he had regained his childlike nature and told her more about the inn. He sang around her like a lark, but without being indiscreet. You see, little girls are more reassuring than middle-aged men. I really hope the innkeeper gets better. Here it is. Please come in, Thank you, Zun Zun patted her on the head, smiling broadly. There was nothing special about the hot springs. Although the elaborate scenery was evident, Zun Zun was already accustomed to the hot springs in the original series. Besides, it had only been 5 months since she left Sanaharu, so she wasn't feeling any homesickness. Still, the hot springs were good, at least above average, that much had to be admitted. It might not have been a big deal to Zun Zun, but it would certainly be a novelty to people from other worlds, and perhaps a big hit. And it seems the hot springs here don't have mixed baths. Did that old man named Shijiro organize it, or are people from other worlds not very accepting of mixed baths? Whatever, it doesn't matter. So where's Shimaji Yasuke? He hasn't been here in ages. Is this a romantic comedy where he wanders into the wrong bathhouse? Zun Zun, how is the water temperature? Great, I'm getting sleepy, huh? The one asking wasn't Shimaji Yasuke. He turned his head sharply. The steam from the hot springs drifted gently, like a veil, illuminating the silhouette of a beautiful, elfin-looking girl. As he drew closer, he saw her golden hair standing on end, a stark contrast to her usual stern and imposing image, making her seem more gentle and virtuous. A large bath towel was wrapped tightly around her, but her slightly prominent chest, slender limbs, and neck were faintly flushed, a sign of her health. Kui? What are you doing here? Zun Zun instinctively covered his chest. A romantic comedy had occurred, but he himself. Why are you suddenly so scared? The beautiful elf, as if Zun Zun had been surprised, took a step back and said, I don't know. That little girl brought me here. Isn't this a hot spring? It is indeed a hot spring. Although it is a hot spring, there are big problems, Zun Zun frowned. In the first place, this hot spring hotel doesn't have mixed baths. Combined with the fact that the little girl always calls him sister, and Shimaji Yasuke isn't here. I'm so itchy that I need to use my brain. In the end, Zun Zun decided to stop thinking. In this situation, as long as I don't embarrass myself, it will be others who will be embarrassed. Great, the beautiful elf moaned with pleasure after soaking in the hot springs. This kind of bath, which can relax both body and mind, can easily win the hearts of people from other worlds. By the way, Mabel, hurry up and come down too. Hiding behind the door, Mabel timidly looked at Zun Zun, who looked like an old monk in meditation, and whispered, Zun Zun, if Zun Zun is here, then wouldn't it be? What are you talking about? This is exactly the kind of place, really, that's right. This is how you enjoy hot springs. Besides, we're adventurers and don't mind the small details, so why are you so shy? Come down quickly, the beautiful elf urged her. She didn't understand why she was trying to drag Mabel. She really wanted to drag her. Mabel hesitated for a long time, but finally, reluctantly, she walked out of the locker room. She was wrapped in a towel, her long blue hair tied behind her head, and her slender limbs were slightly pale. Perhaps it was because she hadn't been out in years, and she was also an ice mage. Come down quickly, it hurts, the beautiful elf girl pulled her down. You should tie your hair up when you bathe. Otherwise, it gets wet and hard to manage. Don't you know something as simple as this? Sorry, I don't bathe often. Mabaloo obediently sat down beside the hot spring, letting the elf girl arrange her icy blue hair. Zun Zun didn't look at her directly. But even so, Mabaloo felt uneasy. She adjusted the towel and whispered, Miss Elf, aren't you shy? Why be shy? Wow, that's amazing. Miss Elf is so mature, of course, but Mabaloo had her back to the elf and didn't see her blush. It seemed as though she had just realized what she had done in her moment of impulsiveness. The three of them soaked in the small hot spring. The small space fell into an eerie silence, and Zun Zun couldn't help but feel the oppressive atmosphere. He wanted to get up and leave, but he couldn't because he wasn't wearing a towel. If he stood up, he would be exposed. And in that silence, the elf suddenly spoke, I'm sorry, huh? Mabel looked at her in surprise, confused by the beautiful elf's sudden apology. After a brief silence, she spoke again, sorry, I hid my identity. She was referring to her identity as the elf princess. Before that, when the man from the Chamber of Commerce had arrived, she hadn't wanted to keep it a secret, casually revealing that the elf was the elf princess. Perhaps she felt like she had deceived Zun Zun and the others, so she apologized. Elven princess, yes, amazing, yes, Mabel suddenly cried out in excitement, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the elf, bewildered by her excitement. Royalty, royalty. I didn't expect the elf to have such a noble status. The elf's expression was awkward. In fact, she hated being told she was the elven princess. Although Mabel didn't mean any harm, it made her uncomfortable. "Elven lady, may I ask a favor of you?" Mabel excitedly grabbed her hands, startling her and making her step back slightly. "What? Please let me work for you." "What? If I work for the elven princess, my status will rise, right? You see, although I was a knight of the Knights of the Kingdom, even as a descendant of the Ice Clan, I was only an ordinary knight. But if it's for elven lady, I'll be her bodyguard, a position comparable to that of a commander. Please, let me work for you, elven lady." Hee. The beautiful elf never imagined that after her identity was exposed, instead of distancing herself or resenting Mabel, she would seek her out. "Work for me. Besides, working for the royal family is a stable job, right? Not only is the salary high, but there's also social insurance and housing funds, and paid vacations are guaranteed." Hee. Mabel's smile was dark and terrifying. Like some obsessed with reaching the mainland, she too has a different obsession with a stable job. While it's true that a stable job can lay one's foundation, for Mabel, a secure job is her life of idleness. She certainly wouldn't do a good job as the elven princess's bodyguard. The beautiful elf immediately picked up on her subtle thoughts and flatly refused. "Sorry, I don't need a bodyguard. And I have no plans to return to the elves for now." "How is it possible?" Mabel moaned, crouching at the edge of the hot springs, hurt, like a hatchling abandoned by the world. The elf's guilt over hiding her identity dissipated somewhat after Mabel's idiot's teasing. But how Mabel saw herself didn't matter. What mattered was the other person in the hot springs. "I don't care," Zun Zun shook his head. "There's a saying in my village, when you get along with someone, it's not about their wealth, but whether they're compatible with you. Of course, the second half of the saying goes, anyway, no one is as rich as me. It doesn't matter who you are. Your identity and status don't matter. It's you, a firework of different colors, Zun Zun." She smiled, moved. "But if we're comparing status, I'm not far behind." "What do you mean? Could it be that, Zun Zun, you're royalty or something?" Mabel walked over, excited. She grabbed Zun Zun's hands and said, "Please hire me to work with you. No, please support me." "Master," this guy, just for the sake of getting a good job, called someone a master on the spot, with shamelessness comparable to that of a certain low-class high priest. The beautiful elf seemed to be very sensitive to the word master. "Mabel, no. Well, pretend I didn't say anything." The last descendant of the Ice Clan shyly covered her face. She still couldn't sell her pride for a stable job. "But Zun Zun, don't comfort me. I know you mean well." "Huh?" Zun Zun tilted his head in confusion. Seeing the beautiful elf's sad expression, he knew he must have misunderstood. No, I really am someone of extraordinary status, really, of course. Before you is." Zun Zun suddenly stood up, waves crashing against his face. "A reincarnated from another world, possessor of a divine body, a 1,000-year-old prodigy of the Crimson Demon Clan, a great mage who has defeated high-ranking demons and repelled the commanders of the Demon King's army, master of countless monsters, contracted master of 6 immortal spirits with all attributes, a king who can ascend the throne at any time if he so wishes, aspiring to become the most benevolent, righteous, supreme, and powerful demon king, the only one in heaven and earth, Zun Zun." He recited so many impressive titles in one breath, that even the two of them would have been stunned. Look, gaping, speechless. "Wait, what are you looking at?" Perceiving that the elf girl and Mabel were not looking at his face, but at his lower belly, Zun Zun felt a wave of unease. He slowly lowered his head and saw the mysterious heart pattern code without the towel. No discomfort below the neck is allowed. Chapter 336 Qualities of Iron Man and Batman. Woo woo. I'm sorry, Zun Zun. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to look. So, to each his own. The pattern on your abdomen is quite pretty. It would have been fine if the beautiful elf girl hadn't said anything, but when she did, Zun Zun sobbed even louder. Everyone else took the opportunity to look at the beautiful naked girl, but he was the one who was seen naked by her and sneered as well. Honestly, if possible, Zun Zun hoped that she wouldn't try to enlighten him, like Mabel, who had kept silent a while ago. No, forget it. Mabel had been suffering from an attack a while ago. The frozen divine sword she was holding was completely thawed and was even smoking. It was obvious that what had just happened had affected her greatly. "They're very slow," Shimichi Yasuke rasped, dissatisfied. frowning. Even if we could have enjoyed a private hot spring, you've been wasting our time for too long. I'm getting impatient. And it wasn't just him, Alicia and her 2 childhood friends were also present. He asked curiously, "Hey, wait a minute, does this hot spring hotel have private hot springs?" "I don't know, I haven't heard of it." Leica and Edgar exchanged glances and shook their heads. Right? Honestly, I don't think this hotel has private hot springs, or even mixed baths. Miss Alicia, long time no see. The beautiful elf hurried forward and interrupted her. Although she was smiling, she wasn't smiling at all. Alicia and the other 2, however, bowed their heads respectfully upon seeing her. "Long time no see, Master." "Master, because Miss Elf has taught us several times and patiently guided us through the labyrinth." "Thank you very much." Alicia and the other 3 were humble. No. Me neither." The beautiful elf girl waved her hands quickly. It was obvious that she didn't want to be Alicia and the other 2's teacher, but the 3 gratefully agreed that it was the right thing to do. "By the way, what are you doing up in the mountains like this?" "Training," Alicia said excitedly. Edgar also chimed in. "When we went to the dark labyrinth, we felt very incapable, so we wanted to train to become stronger." I see. Honestly, for these novice adventurers, their strength was far inferior to Zun Zun and the others. Even Mabel could easily defeat them. Perhaps they felt that the gap with the top experts was too great, so they wanted to strive to improve. Very well, wanting to become stronger is always good. The beautiful elf girl looked at Zun Zun, who shook his head slightly, suggesting that they not talk about the incident at the capital. After all, he was the one who got them involved and earned the title of hero. Telling anyone would only cause more trouble for the 3 of them. "Oh, right." Alice took out a short staff and said, "Thank you very much." It was the staff of Savior. The beautiful elf's purpose in traveling was to collect artifacts, but she hadn't taken Alice's staff of Savior with her. It had been her childhood dream, and she thought she would keep it and put it to good use. But unexpectedly. Wait. I remember the handle of the staff of Savior was supposed to be a dark black, like night. Why is it pure white now? I painted it." Alice smiled, apparently thinking that white was prettier and more suitable for her. The beautiful elf, completely devastated, kept muttering to herself. "The crafting method has been lost, and such a large moonring stone is nowhere to be found. I hope you understand the seriousness of this matter regarding these ancient magical artifacts. They are treasures of us sentient beings. Don't be carried away by fleeting pleasures, you must embrace the world. And we must rescue them quickly." Perhaps feeling that Alicia was wasting these precious artifacts, the elf, who cherished them, suspected that the other scattered artifacts might have been destroyed as well. Speaking of which, ever since Zun Zun and the elf met 5 months ago, they have always worked together. Although some have joined and left, they have never separated. Those 5 months have already delayed the elf's work. By the way, Shimichi Yasuke asked curiously, "What do you usually do when you train?" Needless to say, skills, of course, skills. "You really don't know." Leica and Edgar were worried. They seemed surprised by Shimichi Yasuke's ignorance. In fact, Zun Zun was curious as well. After all, the method of learning skills in each world was different, and the one in Suqing was relatively simple. You magicians fight by means of immortal essence or divine power, right? We warriors fight by drawing on the power within our bodies, so we hone that skill we've mastered, a skill that belongs only to us. Skill, a special move. Shimamoto Yasuke formed a chalice with his hands and sighed, undoubtedly using the Kamehameha. Wow, how impressive. Can you use it now? I really want to see. No, I can't use it here, and it's too noisy. Can't you think of any other way? Why are you so excited? Leica and Edgar didn't understand his obsession with special moves. Zun Zun said, I've used that special move you speak of. Look, it's like this. Right, he performed the same Kamehameha as Shimamoto Yasuke, and a stream of energy gathered in front of him. It was small and inconspicuous, its form more important than its power. Even so, Shimamoto Yasuke exclaimed excitedly, of course, this is just a demonstration. The real battle will be even more spectacular. Really? Shimichi Yasuke excitedly placed his hand on his head and activated memory magic, replaying the scene of Zun Zun fighting the Demon King's army general, Sylvia. Here it is. Kuroki's idiot magic. In the scene, Zun Zun, with red eyes and hair, looked like a speedy Saiyan. All of his magic power was concentrated, continuously compressing and recompressing, and it kept condensing into a ball of light, which gathered in Zun Zun's hand. Ha! With an angry shout, a dazzling light emanated from the chalice-shaped palm. A wave of light erupted from the dazzling light, moving at breakneck speed, leaving a long tail like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the enemy's silver tail, which the enemy had hurriedly raised as a shield. Not only that, the ferocious ball of light also tore a large hole through his chest. The flash, its power intact, continued its journey toward the sacred peaks beyond the Crimson Demon Village, impacting a corner of the mountain. With a flash of light and the roar of an explosion, the affected corner was reduced to ash, leaving only a charred black mass, as if it had been blown away by explosive magic. Wow, is that true? I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. I admit defeat. Zun Zun's overwhelming strength completely impressed Alicia and the other two. The novice adventurers were clearly filled with admiration for such power. HMPH, sort of. No, I think you're very strong, Zun Zun. Not only did you use the Kamehameha wave, but was that your combat form or the second stage? Well, considering your strength, you'll definitely need a faster fighting style. Zun Zun blew his nose. He had intended to be modest and then take the opportunity to boast, but Shimichi Yasuke's manly attitude ruined the opportunity. He was even still thinking about how to defeat him. This kind of Zun Zun personality had only been seen in Iron Man and Batman. Then let's see yours. Shimichi Yasuke looked back at Alicia's memories indifferently and found Edgar and Leica sparring, as if they were in a fighting game. Except, compared to Zun Zun's grand spectacle, this is more ordinary, very ordinary. The three of them couldn't help but grumble. No comparison, no harm done. In short, the three of them seemed more relaxed than fighting, without Zun Zun's urgency or pressure. While everyone was laughing and joking, a beautiful elf suddenly walked over, pointing at something on the screen and saying, "Hey, this, it's a slightly tattered scabbard. It seems to have been thrown away, so I simply hung my favorite clothes out to dry, but it's just the scabbard," Leica and Edgar said indifferently. The elf's excitement was instantly unbearable. She immediately realized it was an ancient lost magic item and ran off after asking for directions. "Be careful of monsters, Master, there are some very ferocious monsters at night." That said, I think what you said should be true, since you're so powerful. Yes, Alicia and the others had received pointers from the beautiful elf and could easily conquer even an A-rank labyrinth, so they weren't too worried about their safety. Compared to that, are the monsters in this hotel alright? There are only 3 of them, right? According to the innkeeper, since the inn is built with divine power, monsters can't enter unless they are allowed in, as expected of a cheat of the gods. He is quite unreasonable. By the way, it smells a bit off. Isn't it cleaned properly? No, it smells burned. Zun Zun focused his gaze and immediately noticed a raging fire at the entrance of the hot spring hotel. The fire burned unnaturally and fiercely. Thick black smoke obscured the sky, and the smell became even more pungent. They exchanged a glance and quickly rushed over. Numerous monsters appeared at the entrance, the most visible of which was a giant gorilla. It's a hypnotic beast. Meanwhile, Zun Zun saw the innkeeper's daughter standing at the entrance, looking dazed and clearly under someone's control. Seeing them, she let out a threatening roar, like a wild animal. Leica, contain it. Edgar, cover it. Alice, heal him. Understood. The X3 training quickly proved its worth. Under Zun Zun's concise and forceful command, the 3 sprang into action. Chapter 337. That's my move. Saber light. A furious beam shot out from Zun Zun's hand, transforming the demonic ceiling bird, which was emitting inert gas in the sky, into a flaming bird, causing it to fall with a scream. Okay, Zun Zun, continue. If you hide, you'll die, no problem. Mabel, come with me. Sleep. Mabel's ice attribute attacks were extremely effective at that moment, and the raging fire showed signs of extinguishing instantly. However, she still held back her strength. If she accidentally froze the hot spring, she would be the one to blame. Just as Mabel saved the inn, Zun Zun dealt with a monster, and Alicia and the others rescued the innkeeper and his family. With such a clear division of labor, Shimichi Yasuke rushed over, looking panicked. Zun Zun, can you hold on? Sorry, I can't use magic right now, so I can't help you. Nothing's wrong, Zun Zun said confidently. Unlike you, Yasuke, who can only use fairy magic, I'm a legitimate great mage. Besides, my fairies aren't affected at all. To be more precise, they were, but he forced himself to cheer up. It was the same feeling as someone who says, "It's Monday, And I really don't want to go to school, or work, but I have no choice. It all comes down to forcing myself, having to. Wait a minute. Why does that make Zun Zun seem like an unscrupulous boss who forces employees to work overtime? It's just normal work hours, so why is there this inexplicable guilt? He turned to look at the beast man, who seemed eager to help, but didn't know what to do. Yasuke, hide first. Leave these guys to me, I understand. I'll leave it to Zun Zun. In this situation, Shimaki Yasuke couldn't even help. He himself was in danger. To avoid causing trouble for Zun Zun and the others, he hid like the innkeeper and the others. Even though this might lead to gossip and ridicule, he couldn't act stubbornly at this point. Instead, he waited for the right moment to strike again. This was the right approach. He was much better than the retarded Darkness, Aqua, and Megumin, who, despite being completely useless, kept trying to make things worse. He seemed like a seasoned player, knowing what to do in such a situation. However, Shimiji Yasuke didn't just hide. He lurked in the shadows, constantly following the ceiling birds in the sky. He seized the opportunity, drew his spells, and dispatched a ceiling bird with the wind, fire, and ice, in that order. Just as the ceiling bird fell, about to hit Shimiji Yasuke, a powerful black light erupted from it, destroying it along with the lasers on the mountain top. What is this? Shimiji Yasuke watched the ball of black light emerging from his body. Due to the dimness of the sky and his invisibility, he wouldn't have noticed it if it weren't for the bright light from the fire. Ah, you're the venerable spirit immortal, aren't you? The ball of light surrounded him, confirming his statement. Without the ability to use his spiritual essence, Shimiji Yasuke was no different from an ordinary person. No, he was even more vulnerable than an ordinary person, which was why Zun Zun had assigned him a spiritual essence to protect him. Elsewhere, the battlefield was intensifying. It was impossible to tell how many monsters were attacking him this time, and Zun Zun would never be able to finish them all off. Furthermore, the hypnotic beasts were hiding behind the monsters. Furthermore, Mabel, Rika, and Edgar were also under the control of the hypnotic beasts, forcing Zun Zun to divert his attention to deal with them. Isn't this completely pointless? Zun Zun continued to fight with Mabel. The Ice Clan descendant was quite powerful, and he knew that defeating the hypnotic beast would free Mabel from its control, but he was unable to move forward. Zun Zun, distracted, didn't have time to even pay attention to Alicia, who was being pursued by Rika and Edgar. What the hell are these two doing? On the distant mountaintop, a beautiful elf girl was firing non-stop to hinder Mabel's attack, while also eliminating the surrounding monsters to prevent them from further damaging the inn. Zun Zun's struggle was somewhat restrained. This was different from the priest's initial control. There was no way to reverse the spell, and it couldn't harm Mabel, so for a moment he was suppressed. Zun Zun. At that moment, the pursued Alicia suddenly called out his name. As he turned to look at her, Shimiji Yasuke rushed to his side. Gather Laika, Edgar, and Miss Mabel, and I'll take care of the rest. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Zun Zun dodged Mabel's relentless thrusts and, reaching back, kicked her in the rear, sending her flying and falling in front of Laika, Edgar, and the girl, tripping all three of them. With such force, it was hard to believe she wasn't seeking revenge. Now, Alicia, seizing the perfect moment, untwisted the wand in her hand. The transformed wand soared into the sky, imprisoning them. At the same time, she cried out again, God! Align the waves of these lost hearts with mine. With a hiss, the four people, enveloped in light, froze, motionless. After the glow faded, they shook their heads, seemingly bewildered, unsure of what they were doing. Mabel rubbed her buttocks, grimacing and occasionally moaning. All four of them had managed to escape the control of the hypnotic beast. Great, great, it worked, roar, Alice exclaimed beaming, just about to announce the good news when the hypnotic beast emerged from the swarm and charged at her. Clearly, even with her weak brain, she understood that Alice was her greatest enemy, so she proactively attacked, intending to destroy it. Alice, be careful, sure, withdraw your armor. Alice twisted her body, blocking the hypnotic beast's powerful grip. Then, using the strength from her waist and legs to propel her shoulders forward, she threw a punch, forcing the hypnotic beast back instantly. That's my move, amazing. The priestess, Alice, had just used the warrior move, Laika, and her physical strength had increased to almost the same level as Laika's. This was clearly impossible. But the staff of the savior made it possible, a consequence of the mental synchronization magic generated by its superior power. As a result, Alice was able to use her companion's movements in sync. And, seemingly blessed by divine power, the power of her movements increased significantly. Quite a hero. Constantly growing, even the strongest could rely on the strength of their companions to accomplish incredible things. Of course, the Demon King of Sahur could do the same. Seeing the hopeless situation, Hypnotic Beast turned and tried to escape. No, I can't let go of you. Zun Zun stepped forward and opened his hands. 6 balls of light, each a different color, revolved around him, gradually connecting to form a hexagram. Saber light, a violent bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Powered by the magic of 6 immortal spirits. It instantly reduced Hypnotic Beast's trash, preventing him from even uttering a scream. However, the force of the lightning also destroyed the inn's walls. Buildings constructed with divine power aren't as resilient as one might imagine, perhaps due to the extensive damage already sustained inside. Noticing the gap, many monsters rushed frantically toward the inn. Oh no! It's the flame-killing beast. The leopard-like monster had its mane and tail on fire. It was this monster that had set the inn on fire. Just as everyone looked gloomy, Shimichi Yasuke finally arrived to save the day. Countless chains shot out from the magic circle, snatching the approaching flame beasts and trapping them against the wall. Zun Zun tugged at his wet hair and waved his hand nonchalantly. Leave it to you, leave it to me. Shimichi Yasuke slowly emerged from the darkness, like the protagonist who always appears at the last moment to save the day, only this one wasn't as appealing. The water spirits are furious. Prepare yourselves. With a single movement, he lifted numerous fire beasts into the air, and the water-like dragon snakes bit down and killed all the monsters. A torrential rain fell, drenching the burning houses. The rain continued for a while. Good, it's done. The night sky was perfectly clear, and the surroundings were silent, as if the monster attack had never happened. But the constant burning smell and the collapsed buildings around them proved it was no illusion. The innkeeper ran to thank him, tears in his eyes, and offered to free the hot springs from now on, but Zun Zun refused. After all, he had caused such a ruckus that the walls and barrier were destroyed. The innkeeper girl ran to apologize to Shimichi Yasuke, but his smile startled her again, and she lost her composure. It seemed he still couldn't accept her beastman appearance. However, Shimichi Yasuke's apology softened his attitude toward her, even drawing him closer. He also repaired the barrier. The innkeeper had thought he would have to find someone else or even abandon the inn, but he didn't expect the barrier to be repaired so easily. Shimichi Yasuke did nothing, he simply asked the immortal spirit for help. Zun Zun was completely helpless. They arrived at the bathhouse. The hot spring inn was completely destroyed, but the open-air baths gave it a more open feel, and the innkeeper seemed delighted. This shabby, unamenable inn finally has something to sell, the girl said cheerfully. She had been praising the inn's virtues to Zun Zun earlier that evening, but her attitude had suddenly changed. But to be honest, the previous inn was just an ordinary hot spring inn, nothing to write home about. Once transformed into an open-air spa, it will undoubtedly attract many visitors with its eye-catching features. I wonder if Zun Zun will still be here by then? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338. Is he too bold? I want to hire you. Hire. Hearing Zun Zun's sudden words, Alicia and the other two looked at each other, confused. By the next morning, their mission was complete, and the reconstruction would never fall to Zun Zun and the others. Just as they were about to leave, they were suddenly asked to stay. Is that okay? Alicia, you're adventurers, so you should accept quests. Or, now that you've become heroes, do you disdain to accept quests from others? No, it's not like that, rather, it's an assignment we're excited about. For novice adventurers, this is a rare opportunity. It has nothing to do with the title of hero, the three quickly denied. They were novice adventurers who had been bestowed the title of hero for no apparent reason, so they were very self-conscious. But precisely because of that, it's hard to imagine Zun Zun would commission us. Alicia was puzzled. They knew the strength of Zun Zun and the others, but even so, they had no idea what they were up against, and most importantly, they didn't know if they could help. Don't worry about it, Zun Zun said with a smile. I've acknowledged your strength. And on the battlefield, the most important thing is not strength, but obedience. The three of you have done a great job in this regard." His words were encouraging. After all, it was the truth. Even if Alicia wasn't a true hero, her growth was incredibly rapid. They were only rookies in the A-rank labyrinth, but in just over a month, they had already reached this point. Perhaps, with a little more time, they could become true heroes. The truth is, I don't entirely agree, Master X3. Hearing the elf say this, Alicia and the other two were moved. They had great respect for her, a mentor who had guided their development. As a mentor, being rejected was naturally unpleasant. However, she suddenly changed the subject, adding, "You can't be so lazy. If you have the determination to become powerful, you should fight strong enemies and constantly hone yourself, just like your skills, Master X3. The three of them were deeply moved. The beautiful elf girl secretly stuck her tongue out at Zun Zun. She had been acting like a teacher, but honestly, she felt strangely out of place. Now she was even cuter with her playful tsundere look. And with the staff of Savior, we should barely be considered half of force, right, Master? The 3x3s shouted again, clearly not expecting to be only half of force, and that was with the staff of Savior. Where's Yasuke? I don't care. Zun Zun must have his reasons for saying that, and for what we're doing, the more people, the better, right? Shimichi Yasuke quickly nodded. Since it requires the collision of energies, the more power, the better. It's the only way to increase the chances of traversing through space. I agree. Okay, then, let's have a quick meeting. Wait. I haven't said anything great yet. Let me say something too. Mabel tugged on Zun Zun's arm, rocking it back and forth, as if she had been ignored and offended. She was undoubtedly the main force in the impending battle. No, not good. How should I say it? I have a bad feeling. Provoked, Laika and Edgar finally realized that they had stumbled upon a dangerous ship, and seeing Zun Zun's sinister smile only confirmed their conviction. Can we retreat now? No, I knew it. Damn it, we've been tricked. The two of them looked grim at being rejected by Zun Zun. Alicia said, her face filled with frustration, "You two, if Zun Zun and Master need help, you should do your best to help. How can you just think about running away? Do you really understand the situation? It's not a question of whether we want to help, but whether we can help, eh? What do you mean?" She looked dumb, clearly not understanding. Zun Zun then revealed his purpose, earning astonished stares from the three of them. As the beautiful elf had said, they had initially been reluctant to let the three of them accompany them. After all, the next opponent they were about to encounter was a mythic-level monster, even more formidable than these. No, an enhanced mythic-level monster. Are we really fighting the demon flame dragon? Correction, it's not a demon flame dragon, it's an enhanced version. Wouldn't that be even more difficult? Laika gasped. It was something like, this is forward, backward, left, and right. This attack jumps, fine, to defeat Erlang Shen. No, considering they had learned the skills, they had at most learned 3 stick moves. Nothing happens, you can't die, it's not a matter of life or death. Zun Zun and the beautiful elf kept saying that it was a unique opportunity, a chance to gain experience fighting against powerful opponents, but a battle of this level was still very difficult for them. So, are you giving up? Well, Alicia and the other three looked at each other, shook their heads, and spoke in unison. I can't give up, right? I also want to see how powerful the demonic flame dragon is. Since you need help, I can't just sit idly by. All three of them said no, but their actions were honest, with different reasons, but the same goal. That's all. Zun Zun, you are a true demon. I saw it in the labyrinth. Yes, you were very harsh in teaching us. To Alicia and the others, Zun Zun seemed like a devilish instructor. He was clearly doing it for their own good. He had only given them a brief lecture in the labyrinth. Laika asked curiously, but why go subdue the fire dragon? Wasn't the fire dragon defeated 5 months ago? That's, ahem, now it's my turn. Mabel interrupted Zun Zun with a fake cough. This is the secret of the Ice Clan, an unknown story. Yes, it's the story of the Ice Clan's ancestors and the icy divine sword. There's no need for that story. We've already read books about the Ice Clan in the capital, and they explain it in great detail. Laika took out a book from her chest. It was the book Mabel's mother had published in the capital, with all the information about the Ice Clan. Mom, the one who eloped with a younger man when I was 9, Mabel was completely heartbroken. 4 years, the only thing she had been good at was telling stories about the icy sword. However, this strength had been stolen from her by her mother, who eloped with a younger man when she was 9. Zun Zun patted Mabel on the head, comforting the injured Ice Clan descendant as he explained, as you all know, 5 months ago, the demonic flame dragon was defeated, no, more like, sealed. My goal is to release it and defeat it again, huh? The three of them tilted their heads in puzzlement. No doubt they had no idea why Zun Zun had gone to such lengths. Then, Zun Zun told them about the person who had transferred from another world and the 3 shrines. What? Kuroki. You're a transferee from another world, no wonder you're so powerful. They didn't make a fuss about the fact that Shimiki Yasuke was a transferee from another world. No, there was no other reason to be surprised. After all, this world is full of those who have migrated from other worlds. Among the famous are the ancestors of the Ice Clan, while among the less famous is Shijiro, the Inbuilder. In short, emigrating from other worlds is not uncommon in this world. This is it, Zun Zun explained. I plan to destroy 3 temples to draw out the power of the gods. Then, by combining it with the power of the demon flame dragon, both will become even more powerful. Then, we will take the stage, the strongest powers collide and merge, perhaps generating enough force to distort time and space. After destroying space, we can use this as a springboard to return to our own world, Shimiji Yasuke said. The beautiful elf sighed and said, I don't think it's a good idea, but Zun Zun insists on doing it, even though I've tried to stop him. This is an experiment. Zun Zun knew that Shimiji Yasuke's ultimate return to the world would not be achieved with this method, but he would not settle without trying it. Besides, this was the only way she could think of to get back home. I'm very confident of success. Sure, even if no, there are other ways. But, on the other hand, perhaps simply increasing the fire dragon's power is the easiest way. Really, Laika and the others were frightened by Zun Zun's outrageous idea. He was actively cultivating the monster's power just to get back home, then defeating it, repeating the process until he succeeded. Was Zun Zun sane? Hey, I felt an offensive gaze. Sorry, X3 no matter, I think this method is daring too. You know what else? With the exception of Shimiki Yasuke, the other elves were grumbling inwardly, but it didn't show on their faces. Anyway, we've found a way, and we won't be satisfied until we try it. So this trip might be quite dangerous, but I promise I won't let you get hurt before I die. What do you think? Do you want to come? Zun Zun was asking not only Alicia and the other 3, but also the elf Mabel. He had a move that made him more resistant than anyone, and if things went too far, he would use it against a fire dragon, hence his words. What are you talking about? I'm definitely going, the beautiful elf spoke first. Next came Shimiji Yasuke, then Alicia and the other 3. And Mabel. I am the wielder of the Ice Divine Sword. A mere demon fire dragon is absolutely, no problem. Despite saying this, she was still trembling in fear. Was she really okay? Chapter 339, Everything related to blue has problems. It is certainly possible to defeat the fire dragon with the icy divine sword, but a strengthened fire dragon is unlikely to be defeated by it, especially with Mabel wielding it. I think this approach is too bold. Let's reconsider. The icy divine sword is not omnipotent. Although legend says it is miraculous against fire dragons, the impact of a strengthened fire dragon is much more uncertain. So, let's take a long-term approach, shall we? If anyone else had said this, Zun Zun would have assured them that with the icy divine sword, there would be no problem. But it was Mabel, the wielder of the icy divine sword, who said this. Mabel, the beautiful elf, pursed her lips. Even Alicia and the others, after deciding to help Zun Zun defeat the fire dragon, didn't offer any more discouraging words, but instead actively worked on strategic planning. Mabel, on the other hand, who could have been the main force in this battle, was feeling more and more fearful and wasting time the closer they got to the final temple, wasting most of their time on the journey. Zun Zun placed his hands on the Ice Clan descendant's shoulders and said, Listen, Mabel, you're the main force this time, there's no doubt about it. You're very strong, especially against the demon flame dragon. You're an expert, but don't be afraid. We've got you covered, you can do it. Believe in yourself, encouraged. Mabel looked at the elf girl and the others, and saw that they were all smiling at her, expressing their deep confidence. Mabel was deeply moved by her companion's confidence, but that confidence gave her no strength, and she lowered her head timidly. I'm afraid I can't do it and betray your trust. What are you talking about, Mabel? You're a descendant of the Ice Clan, wielder of the icy divine sword. If your ancestors could do it, you can too. Have more faith in yourself. And Mabel, think carefully. If you successfully seal the impetuous demonic flame dragon again, or even a more powerful version, you'll definitely become famous. If you use this as a token of your loyalty, you might even be recognized for a grand mission, and from then on, you won't have to worry about food and drink. You can count your money until your fingers fall off and live the life of a stay-at-home mother. If I defeat the demonic flame dragon, and seal it again, will I really live the stay-at-home mother life I've always dreamed of? Mabel looked at Zun Zun with anticipation. Her expression, as if she never had to work again and someone was supporting her, like a stupid goddess, suddenly made Zun Zun realize how to control her. He chuckled. Hey, sure, I'm a man of my word. This is a give and take deal with the fire dragon. Come on, accept, but I refuse, huh? One of your favorite things, Mabel, is to say no to those who think they're in control. Zun Zun's face fell at Mabel's refusal. He felt like a clown with a red ball stuck up his nose. It was a waste of words, completely ineffective. I don't want to. The fire dragon is so terrifying, I can't defeat it. Wait, Mabel, we didn't want you to defeat it alone, the beautiful elf corrected Mabel's misunderstanding. She had always thought that Zun Zun and the others wanted her to fight alone, which was why all these misunderstandings arose. In reality, Zun Zun only saw her as a support and didn't expect her to be of any use. But Mabel's misunderstanding only worsened. Too lazy to try to convince people of friendship, family, or ties, Zun Zun rolled his eyes and said, Really? Since Mabel doesn't want to help, there's nothing we can do. Our contract ends here, and I won't hire you again. Why yes, of course. But according to the contract you signed, Mabel, if you violate the spirit of it, you'll have to pay me 100 million in damages. Anyway, Mabel, you seem to sing beautifully, right? Don't worry, I won't do anything excessive to you. After all, I'm not a demon. Zun Zun looked at the trembling Mabel with a wicked smile. Fear was evident on her face, and the frozen god sword she was holding was still paralyzed, like a weak, pitiful, and helpless child. Shimaji Yasuke didn't try to persuade him. He believed these matters should be cleared up before the battle, otherwise, he would become the troublemaker who constantly hindered the game's protagonist. But Alice couldn't accept such coercion. He stepped forward, shouting in disbelief, like an upright priest, Zun Zun, you're going too far. Although Miss Mabel is vital to defeating the demon flame dragon, forcing her like this is unacceptable. That was the spirit of a heroine. Seeing Alice stand up for her, Mabel, with tears in her eyes, threw herself into her arms, crying out with immense emotion. Mom, Alice, at only 17 years old, had inexplicably become the mother of someone her own age. Zun Zun rolled his eyes at the sight of Mabel, who, as a mother, was pure milk. Then he looked at Alice. Well, she did look rather pale. Forget it, I won't force her. Since Mabel doesn't want to go, forget it. But to make it up to me, give me back that ring. Why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and head out to defeat the flame demon dragon. Before she could finish her words, Mabel walked solemnly in front of the crowd, urging those still chattering away behind her. Alicia stared blankly at her empty chest, tears still on her wet skirt. Zun Zun didn't know what to say to her. Are all blue-haired, water-related female characters like this? He couldn't help but think of a certain stupid goddess. And so, after Zun Zun asked for the ring, Mabel stopped being shy and became enthusiastic, declaring her determination to defeat the flame demon dragon. The elf, on the other hand, acted out of character, constantly urging Mabel to abandon the mission, saying that it was too dangerous. The opposite pole was hilarious. With Mabel cheering them on, they picked up their pace considerably and soon arrived at their destination. Mysterious Jade, is this the last temple? We've finally arrived. No matter how much I look at it, I can't help but complain. How long has it been since anyone repaired this place? Even if we don't go, it'll soon fall apart, the elf girl complained loudly. Elves value ancient culture deeply, which is why they collect ancient magical tools and artifacts. They believe that preserving history is their duty and mission, and that was why seeing the temple in ruins upset them so much. Because no one has transferred in for a long time, and very few of them, although transferees from another world were common, and almost all of them had made a name for themselves in this world, their number was still too small. Especially with an octogenarian like Shijiro, who arrived in another world at only 10 days old, there was no way to repair and protect the temple. So, rather than letting it slowly decay, It's better to use its ultimate purpose to warp and open up space for me. Zun Zun looked at the back of his hand. 2 of the 3 circles were already painted with mysterious patterns. Although he didn't know the impact of picking up the last one, he didn't plan to waste this opportunity. Anyway, this time, as always, I'll explore it first and then destroy it. The difference is that this time, a powerful deity will appear and bring disaster. You all stay outside to greet them. If anything goes wrong, don't hesitate to attack or flee. Don't worry, we'll do it. After receiving an affirmative answer, Zun Zun nodded and headed for the last temple without hesitation, as if he had already made up his mind. Time passed slowly. Everyone waited silently outside. Normally, this should be quick. Daruto, with his knowledge, took an hour, and Xiaoligu, with his body, less than half that. However, the mysterious G8 had been gone for 3 hours, and Zun Zun still hadn't come out. The beautiful elf was growing impatient. She wanted to rush in and destroy the temple to rescue Zun Zun, but Mabel and Alicia stopped her. Shimaji Yasuke was also worried, but even he, prone to attack at the slightest disagreement, held back. In the end, the beautiful elf could only endure. 5 hours later, Zun Zun came out of the temple with a strange expression. The 3 circles on the back of his hand had filled up, indicating that he had successfully cleared the temple. However, he didn't show joy, but rather a look of worry and confusion. Everyone immediately came over. How are you, Zun Zun? Are you hurt? No, I'm sorry I left late. In fact, there's something confusing me. She recounted her experiences in the temple. Unlike temples that required knowledge and physical strength to pass through, this one was empty. Zun Zun entered and saw the temple gate. Standing in the empty hall, he felt as if his soul was being scanned. At the same time, a ball of unfamiliar light danced around him, as if curious about him and questioning him, as if curious about Zun Zun himself. But eventually, it merged with his body, and a pattern appeared on the back of his hand. I suspect this has something to do with me not being summoned by the gods. What do you mean? The Temple of Knowledge and Body rewards magical and physical enhancements, so I'm guessing the mysterious temple is a divine trick, but I haven't received one. Zun Zun must be an outsider, not invited to this world by the gods. That was why the ball of light wondered why Zun Zun had no tricks despite not being from this world. It was also fortunate that the gods of this world were off duty, otherwise Zun Zun might have been cast out of this world long ago, or worse, exiled to the crevices of another world. Chapter 340, Darkening 3 times Stronger. No matter, this isn't important. Any changes that occur, we can slowly explore them later. The most urgent thing is, Zun Zun turned to look at the last ruined temple. Yasuke, please, the flame phoenix has been destroyed. Shimaki Yasuke was truly ruthless and secretive. As if venting his resentment toward the gods on the temple, he unleashed a powerful fire spell from the sky, completely destroying it in an instant. Wow, didn't you even prepare for this? Too much, too fast. Everyone crossed their arms, constantly shielding themselves from the impending heat, as they stared suspiciously at the center of the flames. With all 3 temples destroyed, a powerful enemy was sure to appear next. The tremendous power of the gods' rebellion, as mentioned in the Ice Clan song, gradually became apparent. A pale blue energy enveloped the sky, its center like a massive, dense drop, slowly dripping downwards. However, the drop didn't fall to the ground, but instead suddenly changed shape in midair. A giant nearly 100 meters tall appeared, dressed in a deep blue cloak. No, that name is a bit of a misnomer. Since we were looking from below, we should have seen a face within the lowered hood, but there was no face, only a void. Inside, tiny specks of starlight gathered and swirled. Even the inside of the hood and the seams at the edges could be clearly seen. Within the long hem, there was only faint darkness and tiny specks of starlight swirling and gathering. This presence evoked a strong sense of déjà vu. It was like the appearance of a certain Sao GM, only this one was real and blue, not crimson. Alright, let's go. Zun Zun and Shimiji Yasuke were the first to adjust their posture. They watched excitedly at the sudden appearance of the divine giant. Their magical energy was rapidly increasing as they continuously adjusted their aura. The enemy is a rampaging divine power, then let's use maximum firepower from the start. Shimiji Yasuke materialized the swords of light and darkness, while Zun Zun, after quickly reciting an incantation, drew the heavenly essence sword from the hexagram magic circle. In order to maximize its power, he did not inject heavenly essence into any individual this time. X2. Simultaneously, they unleashed their full firepower. The magic condensed into a beam of light that instantly pierced through the divine giant's body, tearing a hole several tens of meters wide in his chest. The beam of energy, without stopping, rushed into the sky until it vanished. Any ordinary enemy would have perished long ago, and even a normal energy concentration would have been dispersed. However, this was no ordinary enemy. Zun Zun, his magic power is still strong. No, to be more precise, he's still ascending. Zun Zun's eyes turned red. The Crimson Demons were extremely sensitive to magic, so they could discern the divine giant's condition. Mabel asked in surprise, "No effect, look at your feet, Mabel." The grasses. Looking down, she saw the grass beneath her feet growing uncontrollably, soon covering the entire grassland. Furthermore, countless corpses were piercing through the ground, emerging from beneath the grassland. This unusual wave of life, just as I suspected, it's a combination of holy magic. Having no physical form, its attacks are ineffective. Furthermore, it's healing magic, so it's resurrecting these creatures. This was the supposed disaster. Watching as the corpses constantly emerged from the ground, they continued to recover, their lost flesh gradually growing back. Bones healed, nerves and muscles proliferated, and finally, skin and senses reappeared. Without a doubt, they were monsters that had died nearby, and their resurrection was due to uncontrolled recovery magic. And this wasn't a simple escape, it was an uncontrolled escape of divine power. The elf girl and Mabel acted in time, instantly annihilating a large number of monsters. Laika and Edgar also joined the fight, engaging in a fierce battle. But they soon discovered that these dead monsters regenerated in a matter of seconds. "Isn't it endless, Zun Zun?" Laika and Edgar shouted. Zun Zun replied, "No, not yet. We need to weaken the divine power even further." Clearly, they wanted to release the flame magic dragon now, allowing it to absorb divine power and revive, while also eliminating this troublesome recovery ability. However, if they released it now, it would be consumed by divine power and become part of their own force, thus delaying the attack for a while. "Yaosuk, stick to the plan." "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Zun Zun simply gave an order, and then he pounced with the immortal sword raised high. With a single blow, he severed nearly half of the giant's body, and just as it was about to recover, he attacked again. "I'm going to explode." All the magic power in his body was suddenly concentrated, not only that of Zun Zun, the secondary magic source, but also the power of the immortal spirit and that of the cherry bomb. With a single blow, Zun Zun unleashed his full magic power. With a bang, an explosion far more dramatic than Megumin's explosive magic erupted, a force 10 billion times greater than Satokazuma's. A huge mushroom cloud loomed over the plains, and Shimichi Yasuke and the others were thrown dozens of meters by the oncoming force. Wah! With such powerful force, whether it was divine power or a collection of holy magic, she would surely be reduced to ashes. "No, don't be so shameless, Laika," Alicia cried excitedly. It was unknown how he knew the word shameless or why he understood its meaning, but she didn't have time to ask. Because Saber Light, suddenly, Zun Zun, with an indifferent and empty expression, stood before the giants, facing them head-on and unleashing his signature technique. Powered by holy magic, the roaring thunder was so powerful that it darkened the entire sky. Looking down from above, Zun Zun's impassive gaze and condescending demeanor were practically indistinguishable from those of a god, practically their spokesperson. Hey, is Zun Zun really that strong? Could he not usually use his full strength? He just unleashed his ultimate ability. Could he be 3 times stronger when he transforms into dark power? Damn it! Faced with the overwhelming thunder, no one had any room to maneuver and could only resist in despair. Shimaki Yasuke stood in front of them and, with a simple clap, summoned a curtain of water that enveloped them. Kuroki, using water, everyone paled, but soon realized that the immense force of thunder, the most powerful magic in the world, surrounded them, as if they were in a safe and isolated area. "What is this? Pure water?" Shimaki Yasuke pushed up his glasses and calmly said, "This is something that even elementary school students know. Pure water doesn't conduct electricity." After learning about Zun Zun's skills and magic, I've been thinking about how to fight, so I came up with this. Normally, to use ultra-pure water magic, one requires a deep understanding of water magic and strong control over one's magical power. Kirigenja Shizuku is a prime example. But Shimichi Yasuke doesn't need to do that. With a simple request from the water spirits, he can easily create ultra-pure water that blocks lightning. Compared to this, Shimiji Yasuke looked at Zun Zun's power of void above him and said, "It's spiritual holy magic, right? I remember it's magic that can control people. Mabel was the one being controlled back then." "Ah, was I controlled by the priest?" Mabel exclaimed in surprise. The beautiful elf asked anxiously, "What do we do now? If Zun Zun is controlled, wouldn't that be very bad?" Wait. Can you stop talking? This is too bad, Master. Find a solution quickly." Laika and Edgar were starting to feel overwhelmed. While Shimiji Yasuke's ultra-pure water barrier could block the erosion of the lightning, it couldn't protect them from the harassment of the constantly resurrecting monsters. The constant influx of monsters was overwhelming them. Furthermore, Zun Zun knew more than just lightning magic. Seeing the fire and earth magic condensing in his hands, everyone's faces changed. "Leave it to me," Alicia suddenly stepped forward and said, "I can guess why Zun Zun sent us here. It must be for now. If I can use the Staff of Salvation to harmonize with Zun Zun's senses, I'll surely save him. Come, please, may the waves of this lost man's heart unite with mine." No one intervened, and she successfully connected with Zun Zun's heart, but was expelled again after a few breaths. Everyone rushed over to her. "Are you okay, Alicia?" "No, I'm fine." Zun Zun's past memories. I touched the darkness in his heart. A young Zun, crouching alone in front of a small mound, playing in the mud, wearing a pink dress, with no one to talk to. The girl looked at Zun Zun with compassion, looking at him with aloofness, like no other human being. His isolation from others was so like her own childhood. Everyone looked at him with compassion, but for some reason, the thunder grew even more violent. Chapter 341 Past JPG Plan. Chapter 341, Plan Overcome JPG. Zun Zun has never been controlled by anyone, but he probably has. From Natsuki Subaru's fleeting words, it's easy to guess that he was once possessed by the Archbishop of Sloth and controlled, harming others. However, that timeline ceased to exist with Natsuki Subaru's death and return, so this is the first time Zun Zun has been controlled. Honestly, the feeling of being able to hear first-person conversations but unable to speak or control his body is quite complex and novel. Although he can't control his body, Zun Zun can control his own effects, using minimal power to deal with them. Despite his minimal power, the power of his magic, enhanced by divine power, is significant. However, after Alicia revealed her dark past, Zun Zun lost control of his emotions, and the power of his magic suddenly increased several levels. Even with Shimiji Yasuke's ultra-pure water barrier, he was still able to make everyone flee in panic. Of course, it is unknown whether there was any personal revenge involved. Alicia's perception didn't help much. Although Zun Zun certainly felt bored and lonely while playing in the mud, he quickly returned after catching his sister. Could he have been more aware? And more importantly, did she really feel so lonely back then? Lightning continued to strike from the sky, and everyone felt overwhelmed. Zun Zun's childhood is truly heartbreaking, but what do we do now? The beautiful elf asked, looking at Shimiji Yasuke. I should have discussed this with you, right? A pang of jealousy washed over her. Mabel and Alicia didn't understand her jealousy, but it served as a wake-up call to everyone. Zun Zun did anticipate this event. Then, the method is simple. We just need to defeat Zun Zun. Shimiji Yasuke's reply was as bland and matter-of-fact as the porridge he'd eaten that morning. No, what are you talking about? You're so powerful, you can't. By the way, Kuroki, are you even a little happy? Does fighting Zun Zun make you so happy? Aren't you good friends? Everyone grumbled. For some reason, when Shimiji Yasuke announced his plan to defeat Zun Zun, he smiled with a strange emotion, which surprised everyone. But Zun Zun understood that it was the smile of a player, the smile of someone desperate to fight after their life bar finally appeared. Then, ignoring the others' attempts to stop him, Shimiji Yasuke charged forward alone, swords of light and darkness in hand. Zun Zun, naturally, counterattacked with a crash of thunder. Shimiji Yasuke dashed through the lightning at breakneck speed, as always. Approaching the enemy at breakneck speed and defeating them with powerful magic, it was a combination of speed and strength. Simple and efficient. Furthermore, perhaps due to the prolonged fusion with divine power or the influence of his divine body, Zun Zun could subtly control his body, causing each attack to be slightly deflected. Shimiji Yasuke sensed this clearly, seemingly frustrated at not being able to face Zun Zun at his full strength. However, he quickened his pace and caught up to him in a matter of seconds. His left light sword slashed ferociously at Zun Zun's head, but was blocked by a barrier of thunder. Shimaji Yasuke remained calm, as if anticipating this. He twisted and rolled in the air before attacking again, this time with a dark sword in his right hand. Zun Zun had no time to block. Rather, it seemed as if he was voluntarily pushing his chest forward, allowing Shimaji Yasuke to pierce through him. Zun Zun, Zun Zun, everyone's expressions paled. But before he could finish, Shimaji Yasuke raised his right hand, and the expected splash of blood, Zun Zun splitting in two, did not occur. Instead, a crunching sound like breaking glass was heard. Zun Zun's body slumped, threatening to fall forward. Shimaji Yasuke grabbed him and stepped back, trying to put a safe distance between himself and the giant. But the giant wasn't going to let go of Zun Zun that easily. He extended his tentacles, trying to control them. But Zun Zun threw a small flaming bottle at him. It was the bottle that had sealed the flame demon dragon's flames. The bottle shattered, and the tentacles stopped chasing them, mingling with the flame demon dragon's flames as if they had found new love, and the two escaped without incident. Zun Zun, are you okay? Zun Zun, are you okay? The others rushed over, observing Zun Zun's condition. Whether it was the elf or Mabel, it was Zun Zun who controlled them when they were under his control, so they were unaware that Shimaji Yasuke possessed the dark sword, capable of breaking the control. I'm fine. Or rather, I'm completely drugged right now. They noticed that Zun Zun's body was barely damaged and his strength had increased considerably. He looked at the three glowing patterns on the back of his hand and smiled triumphantly. Plan JPG what the? Everyone was baffled. Zun Zun, seizing the moment when his divine power fused with that of the demon flame dragon, revealed his plan in full. I did it on purpose. Think about it, the song Mabel sings says that those transferred from another world must complete 3 temples in order to be considered heroes. These 3 temples are very easy for those transferred from another world, practically free powers. But as we all know, you have to pay for what you receive. So I guess the lyrics mean that protecting the temples is a duty, and that's what it means. Zun Zun pointed to the glowing pattern on the back of his hand. It was both a trick to obtain powers granted by the gods and a bridge that indirectly controlled those transferred from another world. However, that bridge has been severed by Shimaji Yasuke. Thank you, Yasuke. Thanks to you, it's fine. We agreed to fight, but I'm a little disappointed that I didn't take advantage of the opportunity. You need to conserve your strength for now, so be patient. Zun Zun was somewhat frustrated by the battle maniac's words. However, when he said that after this incident, whether he returned or not, he would fight him with all his might, Shimaji Yasuke recovered his spirits. The beautiful elf girl was jealous. Hey, so it's like this. Beast Face is your backup, do you really trust him? I don't understand why men get jealous. Zun Zun tugged at her cheek and said, Kui is my backup. If Yasuke and I are controlled, you'll be the last one to save us. I can't do what Beast Face did. The beautiful elf girl said this, but her face lit up with a smile. In reality, no one else could act apart from her. Wait a moment, Zun Zun, from what you're saying, are they manipulating you on purpose? Lika and Edgar got a clue. Zun Zun nodded and said, yes, it was intentional. I guessed that with a blessing of 3 temples, they would probably use me as a puppet, so I used up all my magic power beforehand. And the Titan God, to keep me fighting, constantly replenished my magic power. And then, he raised the back of his shining hand. Of course it's to help us, the goal is to reduce the recovery energy, right? What a bold move. At that moment, they understood Zun Zun's intentions. However, this also caused the beautiful elf's deep dissatisfaction, and she scolded him for being reckless and risking his life. Most importantly, she told him not to tell her about this plan. Of course he couldn't. Telling them something so risky would only result in harsh rejection, so Zun Zun only told the reckless and adventurous Shimaji Yasuke. The two of them worked together to plot against a Titan god. Zun Zun apologized for his recklessness, but inwardly, he thought, sorry, I'll do it next time. Alicia asked curiously, what about the demonic flame dragon? At first, I didn't release the demonic flame dragon because I was afraid that the Titan god would devour it. But now the Titan god has found a more useful tool, so it's abandoned me. Seriously, I don't know if I should call it a fickle jerk. PFFT, a fickle jerk. It's just a collection of holy recovery magic. It has no gender. Lika and Edgar couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, the demonic flame dragon's flames, released by Zun Zun, seemed to have been enriched with a massive catalyst, igniting with a terrifyingly high flame, forcing everyone to retreat several meters. All of the giant god's recovery ability was instantly consumed, and within the flames, the demonic flame dragon began to gradually gestate and be reborn. Its enormous skeleton and flesh regenerated from the giant god's body, and its magic power steadily increased. The overwhelming pressure caused the hearts of everyone present to race. The demonic flame dragon. Alicia looked at the flames uneasily. She whispered, "The current demonic flame dragon, revived with a high concentration of holy magic, possesses a demonic flame that not only has an effective, instant kill attacks, but also keeps its recovery magic constantly active. If you get close, it will be manipulated by its body manipulation magic. That's what it feels like. How are we supposed to defeat it? Don't worry, Alicia. Zun Zun and Shimichi Yasuke must already have a plan, right? That's what I mean. It'll be fine." Laika and Edgar comforted Alicia, looking at Zun Zun and Shimichi Yasuke, urging them to quickly present their next plan. However, they remained silent. The lack of a response unsettled them. "Hey, Zun Zun, aren't you saying that you don't have a plan to defeat the demonic flame dragon?" "No, you're mistaken about something, Laika." Zun Zun looked at everyone and slowly said, "I've never thought about defeating the demon fire dragon. To be precise, I don't want to defeat it at all, huh?" Except for Shimichi Yasuke, who had a calm expression. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at him in astonishment. Chapter 342, Mei Bilu. Cold sweat all over my body from the hot weather, my hands and feet are cold. Will the Ice Clan ever get better? Wait a minute. Zun Zun, you haven't even considered defeating the flame demon dragon? Seriously, hey, so you haven't considered anything? How the hell are we supposed to defeat the flame demon dragon, which possesses divine power? Alicia and the others shouted. The flame demon dragon had completely fused with a Titan god, and the air was slightly distorted by its flames. Its already intense and scorching flames were now covered in a layer of blue light. Its body was even larger than before, almost 100 meters tall. Relax, we have the frozen divine sword, yes. The legendary, overwhelming to the flame demon dragon. What expression? Edgar and Laika looked at Mabel, who was trembling in fear like a newborn fawn. Please cheer up, aren't you from the legendary Ice Clan? The two of them shouted at the cowering Mabel. Alicia couldn't stand it anymore. She shouted at her childhood friend, who was shouting at the girl, "Hey, you two, you're being too loud, Mom. Mabel shouted back, then quickly lowered her head, muttering, "So noisy, are you an idiot? Scary things are scary, just spiky hair and a side part. I was just an ordinary knight, please, at least say something loud enough for everyone to hear." Their retort lacked any punch, it sounded more like a flirtatious insult. Laika and Edgar immediately objected. "Your Grace, I don't think the Frost Divine Sword is working, that's wrong." "What do we do?" "No, it's not working, you spiky-haired bastard, so, if you have something to say it clearly, okay?" The entire plane was in chaos. Everyone was voicing their opinions non-stop, the cacophony of chatter making people's heads rattle and becoming extremely annoying. At this moment, the beautiful elf suddenly shouted, "Calm down, Master. Do you have any ideas?" "No, I don't have any good ideas." Everyone looked dejected. "But Zun Zun does have one," said the beautiful elf, looking at the confident Zun Zun. "He's already calculated the Titan God's recovery energy consumption, so how could he not come up with a solution after releasing the demonic flame dragon? But, failing to conquer doesn't mean failing to solve the problem, right, Zun Zun?" Everyone looked at Zun Zun again. "Haha, Kui really understands me." It felt good to be trusted unconditionally, and Zun Zun explained to them happily. "Right now, I'm a little worried that the demonic flame dragon isn't strong enough. You haven't forgotten what I said, have you? To return, we wait for the forces to constantly collide. Only in this way can we distort space until it opens. Once the space is opened, Yasuke and I will leave this world together with the demonic flame dragon. In other words, there's no need to defeat it." "I see, really? That puts me at ease." Laika and Edgar breathed a sigh of relief. Alicia said anxiously, "Even if we leave this world together with the flame dragon, it will still endanger the world we live in." "In that case, don't worry, someone will take care of it when the time comes," Zun Zun said with a somewhat sinister smile. "This is a gift I specially prepared for someone. It's my thanks for sending me to this world. They will definitely accept it with gratitude." Hey, seeing that smile, everyone thought, they mustn't offend Zun Zun. What a grudge. giving away a fire dragon capable of destroying the world, and an even more powerful one. Then, Yasuke, Kui, and I will collide with our full power against a fire dragon, try to warp space, and take it away, in a flash. It seems doable. Laika and Edgar nodded simultaneously. Alicia suddenly remembered and quickly said, "Oh, what about the one that controls itself if you get close?" "No problem. Both Kui and Yasuke can nullify mental attacks. I've heard that the demonic fire scales can nullify attacks, right? By burning while attacking, you can cause damage, eh? That's proven." Zun Zun smiled and gave a thumbs up. Alicia and the other two couldn't help but frown. A dragon's breath is an instant kill attack, so it's not normal to rush into a fight with a demonic fire dragon. But they even knew about its defenses. Come to think of it, Zun Zun and Sensei defeated a demonic flame dragon, right? And they didn't even use the frozen divine sword, even though it was Zun Zun who defeated the original body. I only added the last bit of damage. But we're not defeating the demonic flame dragon this time, so the frozen divine sword isn't necessary, really. The frozen divine sword isn't necessary after all. As the others were saying that they didn't need the frozen divine sword, Mabel's heart froze, and the swords in her hands began to creak. Hey, wait a moment, Laika suddenly realized a crucial question. What if space doesn't tear? Hey, Zun Zun, you haven't thought about this, have you? Hey, don't keep quiet now. At least think of a plan. Zun Zun's silence made Alicia and the others nervous again. It's okay. There's an old saying in my village, everything will be fine when the time comes. Don't worry. No, we can't be so worried now. The feasibility they had just discussed was based on the assumption that the collision between Zun Zun and the demonic flame dragon could break space. But if it couldn't, wouldn't that be the end of the story? As long as it succeeds, everything will be fine, huh? At a time like this, as long as it succeeds, everything will be fine. Shimichi Yasuke stared at the gigantic flame dragon and calmly said, I also had a critical moment. It was during the final level of the Martian warrior. With less than half a bar of health, dying would mean complete failure and having to start from scratch, which would consume a lot of energy. So, why not use that half bar of health to complete the level? Having come this far, it's only natural to want to complete the level even if it means dying. Isn't that normal? No. It's normal not to fight tooth and nail to complete the game. Zun Zun couldn't help but curl his lips. However, with the fire dragon threatening everyone, they had no choice but to fight, even if it meant death, to break through. The game theory convinced Alicia and the others, and they stopped daydreaming and focused on breaking through. That should be all. But when Laika and the others saw the enormous fire dragon, they couldn't help but gulp, wondering, can we defeat a strengthened fire dragon? We can. Don't even think about saying that. Zun Zun hugged the beautiful elf, covering her mouth as she was about to make a promise. Whether it was the Crimson Demon Tribe manual or most novels and anime, making a promise at a time like this was taboo. Ignoring the girl's shyness, Zun Zun addressed the crowd. Who do you think I am? I am Zun Zun, the only Zun Zun in heaven and earth. Believe me, so, do you believe me? He looked at the others with a blazing gaze. Laika was the first to sigh. At this point, how can we even talk about believing or not believing? That's right, we're already on board, so we have to put in the effort, right? Edgar followed closely behind her. Alicia and the beautiful elf kept silent, but they stared at him, demonstrating their faith. Suddenly, the flames burned again. Edgar said nervously, is it going to start already? Are we leaving, Master? No, not yet. The beautiful elf stopped them all, shouting, if we defeat him in an incomplete state, he will be revived by the raging divine power. We have to wait until he is fully revived. Be alert, wait, everyone responded, simultaneously taking precautions to prevent the demon flame dragon from attacking. The elf girl rushed over and opened her arms to Zun Zun. What for? Hug me. PFFT, it wasn't Zun Zun's fault for misunderstanding. Li Ben's words had another meaning. Luckily, the others didn't catch on. Shimichi Yasuke was only interested in the game, so there was no misunderstanding. Because I need to conserve my strength, I'll have to ask you. Don't you have a fairy spirit? Hurry up, wait, don't ride me. Zun Zun pulled the elf girl away from him, but instead of ignoring her like a serious man, he put his arm around Zun Zun's slender but sturdy waist. The girl's shyness spoke volumes. Then, Mabel said with a radiant smile, then I can't do anything, can I? Huh? No way. What a radiant smile. The three of them were stunned at the thought of Mabel, the last descendant of the Ice Clan, who was supposed to be the main force, attempting to flee the battle. However, considering that the frozen divine sword wouldn't be needed much later, they remained silent. Well, so as not to disturb, Mabel leaped up and attempted to leave the battlefield. However, the demonic flame dragon kept staring at her, or rather, at the frozen divine sword she was holding in her arms. Its raging flames danced ceaselessly, and although it hadn't fully recovered, its resentment and hatred were clearly reflected. Watching, it seems you hate the Ice Clan quite a lot. Not even Zun Zun, who was defeated and sealed again right after breaking the seal, felt such intense hatred. Ah, that's about it. Shimiji Yasuke seemed to understand and said, in that case, let's use Mabel as bait. That will make the capture easier. Kuroki, you, how cruel. The air stopped. This serious statement left Mabel completely stunned. She trembled at the words, her body covered in sweat from the heat, her hands and feet freezing. Could the last descendant of the Ice Clan ever recover? Chapter 343, The Left Side Has Lost Since Ancient Times. Roar, the demonic flame dragon's roar echoed through the skies, its strength completely restored, even greater than before. Powerful flames rose with a roar, demonstrating its might. Its majestic figure towered over everything in the sky, its overwhelming aura suffocating, and everyone instinctively raised their voices. Seeing this, Mabel couldn't help but cry out. That's right. No matter if it's bait or anything else, as long as I have the frozen divine sword. She then broke away from the group and fled on her own, serving as bait. The frozen divine sword was inherently resistant to demonic flames. With a little dodging, she would be safe. But the next instant, what appeared before her wasn't a breath of scorching demonic fire, but an enormous rock. Leave it to me. Alicia dodged and caught up with Mabel, raising the two-handed knight sword she had snatched from Edgar and shouting, "Quick strike, storm sword!" In the blink of an eye, the enormous rock shattered. Alicia said coldly, "I'll protect Mabel." Her heart raced. Mabel looked at Alicia's back and, for the first time, felt a surge, her body warm. Meanwhile, on the other side. A fierce battle. Zun Zun held his hand to his forehead, watching Alicia and the others restrain the demon flame dragon, exclaiming in admiration. Although she was only able to stop and contain the dragon for a short time, for a novice adventurer, she had done well. Alicia's day as a hero was just around the corner. Compared to that, it hurts. My hair is being pulled out. The beautiful elf pulled at her hair, pouting unhappily. Are you okay? It's almost time to prepare. If this continues, Mabel and Alicia won't be able to hold on. Don't worry, Zun Zun rubbed the back of his aching neck. Since we're going to collide with a fire dragon and warp space, we naturally need to be fully prepared. It's still a bit short, but... Well, Alea Iacta Estate, the dice have been rolled, let's begin. He licked his lips. Yasuke, Tsuyu, our goal is to get as close to the fire dragon as possible and then unleash our full power to deal a lot of damage. The problem is, we won't be able to warp space alone, so, we need the fire dragon to use its full strength, right? That's right, the beautiful elf and Shimiki Yasuke were both experienced adventurers. Naturally, they knew what to do. Furthermore, they had been working together for several months, so they had understood each other well. Then let's attack. Zun Zun grabbed the elf's slender waist and rose from the ground. Seeing this, the demonic flame dragon opened its jaws, creating a breath so powerful it could destroy a city. The demonic flame dragon's attack pattern is very common. Use its breath to repel approaching enemies. The first breath is very intense. Yasuke, I'll leave that to you. I understand. Shimiji Yasuke, who was slightly behind, sped up and stood in front of the two, reaching out and unleashing fairy magic. Fire-resistant shield, X10. 10 layers of transparent film appeared before the three of them. Shimiji Yasuke had deliberately created so many protective shields for their safety. Each layer could almost withstand the intense flames capable of melting stone. However, the demonic flame dragon's breath, fused with divine power, was so powerful that it melted the shields in the blink of an eye. Zun Zun saw this and had to use his fire fairy essence to clear the path, reducing the temperature as much as possible. Shimiji Yasuke reactivated the shields, allowing the three to continue advancing toward the demonic flame dragon. But the planes and monsters below weren't so lucky. They were all hit by the demonic flame dragon's breath and vaporized instantly, without so much as a scream. The descending demonic flame breath scorched the earth, leaving a massive crater in the plain, a testament to its lethal nature. Zun Zun and the other two charged forward, braving the intense heat of the flames. The demonic flame dragon's movements are its breath and tail, followed by a single swipe with its claws. When it uses its next powerful breath, we'll all use our strongest attack. Understood, understood, let's go, the elf archer and Shimiji Yasuke replied in quick succession. Zun Zun seized the opportunity and threw the elf into the air, shielding her from the demonic flame dragon's powerful breath. He then used the reaction force to swoop down, blocking the devil fire dragon's tail as it attempted to charge at the elf. Saber light, thunder attempted to slash at the fire dragon's tail, provoking it to unleash its full power. However, the fire dragon's body was now much tougher than before, and thunder failed to sever its tail, though he did manage to enrage it. Long and heavy piercing, the beautiful elf began to gather her strength. She saw the fire dragon, its body swaying violently, unleashing its claws. If they wanted to defeat or subjugate it, this would be the perfect time to strike. However, that was not their goal. So she waited. Wind whirlwind, with Zun Zun's shout, a powerful gust of wind blew upward, lifting the beautiful elf back into the air, allowing her to dodge the fire dragon's claws. The beautiful elf smiled confidently. She had complete faith in Zun Zun, hence her silent wait. As the fire dragon gathered his strength and exhaled again, opening his mouth, saber light, Zun Zun also condensed a magic circle of hexagrams before him. The three patterns on the back of his hand shone brightly, and a massive thunderclap shot out. Lightning, annihilate. Shimiji Yasuke similarly summoned the lightning spirit, unleashing a powerful lightning spell. A bolt of lightning at least 50 meters thick descended from the sky. Instead of striking the fire dragon, the two bolts headed straight for the elf. However, upon impact, they caused no harm, instead bathing her in the lightning. The elf's scabbard, imbued with an immense amount of lightning magic, instantly unleashed its full strength. The resounding thunderclap that echoed through the void sent shockwaves coursing through the heart, as if experiencing the oppression and stinging pain of lightning. A bolt of lightning flashed, emanating concentrated power, bringing with it a piercing aura like a torrent that roiled the battlefield. With the combined might of Zun Zun and Shimiji Yasuke, the elf's thunder sword possessed unparalleled power, seemingly capable of shattering everything and rending the very fabric of the world. Its strength far surpassed human limits, like a scorching divine force, capable of easily annihilating all enemies that stood before it. In fact, she was the decisive factor among the three. The elf excelled in lightning magic and also possessed a powerful divine weapon. Thus, Zun Zun and Shimiji Yasuke decided to assist her, allowing her to deliver the finishing blow. Come on, Kui, with Zun Zun's shout. The elf raised the thunder sword, powerful enough to pierce through heaven and earth. The enormous sword, nearly 500 meters long and 100 meters wide, stood in stark contrast to her tiny figure. Super long star break. Just as the elf was about to attack with the thunder sword, the fire dragon's tail suddenly struck out at a treacherous angle. What the? Zun Zun was stunned. Normally, the fire dragon wouldn't use its tail before exhaling. Had it become more cunning when combined with divine power? No, it was because he, like Shimiji Yasuke, had subconsciously judged, based on the principles of the game, that this mistake had occurred. Damn it, there was no time for this. Zun Zun used the last of his magic power to rush at the elf, and then received a sharp blow to his back. Now, pain surged through him. Although he had managed to protect the beautiful elf at the last moment, the impact of the fire dragon's tail knocked her off balance, leaving her unable to recover. The thunder sword he swung narrowly missed the fire dragon, slicing through the mountain range that stretched for hundreds of kilometers behind it. A small miss could lead to a huge error. His plan had completely failed. But the beautiful elf paid him no attention. She saw the injured Zun Zun scream in panic. Zun Zun, no, it's fine. Don't worry about me. Focus. The breath is coming, roar. Without giving them time to react, the fire dragon's breath followed them, giving them no time to dodge. Zun Zun. Miss Elf, Zun Zun, Master, X3. The crowd below couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. He grabbed the beautiful elf girl tightly in his arms. Zun Zun knew it was useless, but instinctively protected her anyway. In this situation, even using, whose is stronger, wouldn't be enough. Zun Zun couldn't help but curse inwardly. If I ever see Eris after my death, I will definitely accuse Vanir and have Eris, the goddess who hates demons the most, purify him. Suddenly, A ball of red light appeared before the two of them. Barely the size of a palm, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of the deathly breath that stretched dozens of meters wide. Everyone believed it. But when the third pattern on Zun Zun's hand lit up, the red ball of light also shone brightly, firmly blocking the powerful breath of the devil flame dragon. Xiao Hong, Zun Zun stared at his shrunken immortal spirit in disbelief. He never imagined that Xiao Hong, a mere quasi-elf, could withstand such a devastating breath. No, not withstand, but absorb it. A closer look revealed that Xiao Hong had completely absorbed the devil flame dragon's breath. The devil flame dragon continued to increase its strength, but it was to no avail. Xiao Hong had absorbed all the energy. Zun Zun held the beautiful elf and distanced himself from her. After a while, the devil flame dragon seemed to notice something was wrong. It stopped breathing and tried to escape. But it was too late. Xiao Hong, no longer disguised, suddenly grew larger and, like a predator, swallowed the 100-meter-tall demon flame dragon in one bite. The enormous ball of light continued to shrink, shrinking again, until it became a ball of light that could only be held with two hands. He slowly fell into Zun Zun's arms, and at the same time, the demonic flame dragon disappeared from the sky. What the hell is going on? Chapter 344, The Quasi-Immortal Beast Evolves into an Immortal Beast. Chapter 344, Quasi-Fairy Beast Evolution, Fairy Beast. What the hell is this? Zun Zun clutched the giant egg in his arms, bewildered. Although it was formed from the fusion of the demon flame dragon and the fairy spirit, it didn't feel uncomfortably hot. Instead, it felt quite warm. Furthermore, he could feel the egg's powerful heartbeat, like the pulse of a heart, indicating that something was brewing within. Are you all alright? Following the demon flame dragon's disappearance from the sky, Alicia and the others, bewildered, ran over to ask about their condition. Are you hurt? Does something hurt? Do you need treatment? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm not hurt, the beautiful elf claimed to be unharmed, but she still hugged Zun Zun tightly, unwilling to let go. Hey, no, don't get me wrong, my knees are just a little wobbly, that's true. After all, Yasuke and I have concentrated our magic power on you, so you must feel like a heavy burden, that's what I'm saying, huh? Zun Zun saw through her true nature, but didn't expose her lie, letting the elf girl embrace him. However, Alicia mistakenly believed she was injured and forcibly took her away for treatment, causing her to cry out in frustration. Then what exactly is this? Shimichi Yasuke looked at the giant egg in Zun Zun's hands. Sorry, I don't know either. Zun Zun shook his head, looking at the egg with equal bewilderment. Back then, Aqua had already failed, and I thought I might die. I didn't expect that Xiao Hong, my fairy spirit, would counterattack and absorb the demon flame dragon. This event, unexpected to everyone, including Zun Zun, was so sudden and bewildering. In this case, they only had to ask the spirit, but now, can't we do anything but wait? Shimichi Yasuke asked, rubbing his chin. So, is there something wrong with your spirit? Is it going to explode or something? Can't you be gentle? I don't think it's going to explode. More like, it's brewing. I see. Zun Zun's reply was vague, but he didn't intend to press the issue. In any case, since Zun Zun and the beautiful elf woman survived, it was a blessing in disguise. Sorry, Mabel suddenly bowed her head in apology. Under Zun Zun's puzzled gaze, she whispered, I'm the wielder of the ice divine sword, but I didn't help against the demonic flame dragon. If I had been able to hold it back, it's fine, Mabel, I asked you not to intervene. It wasn't an attempt to curry favor with Mabel, it was simply the truth. The ice divine sword easily suppressed the fire dragon. In order to provoke it and unleash its full power, Zun Zun specifically forbade Mabel from revealing her hand. In other words, the failure largely fell on the commander. Really? It's not my fault? Yet, it has nothing to do with me, Mabel beamed. It was as if a mediocre player in a 5-player MOBA told the MVP that the loss wasn't his, and then felt completely reassured. That instantly enraged him. After all, it's Mabel's fault. Why? The Ice Clan descendant felt like an unwitting scapegoat. So, this experiment has failed, right? Wait, the healing isn't over yet. The beautiful Elsa and Alicia, who were chasing after her, joined the others. Well, you could say it. Zun Zun couldn't help but sigh, looking at the beautiful elf, and paused for a moment. Qui, why are you so happy? Happy? I'm not happy. I'm more disappointed. Zun Zun, I'm so sorry you didn't come home. Lie. The elf girl's face showed no sign of apology. The smile at the corner of her mouth, a smile that even AK couldn't suppress, showed that she was very happy. Zun Zun knew what she was thinking, but he hadn't said it out loud before because of her confidence and persistence. Now that the experiment had failed, he couldn't help but laugh. But it also proves its feasibility, Shimaki Yasuk said inappropriately. At that time, when Zun Zun's immortal essence and the demon flame dragon devoured each other, a distortion was caused in space. This proves that as long as the demon flame dragon grows stronger, the demon flame dragon has disappeared. He swallowed the next words as if he had just realized something. An orc's face is an orc's face, even the brain is like an orc's, the elf girl mocked gleefully. Zun Zun understood what Shimiji Yasuk was trying to say and said, "It's no problem. Now that the demonic flame dragon, which served as our base, is gone, we can always replace it with something else, right? There are plenty of god-level monsters in the sealed city. Let them slaughter each other and leave the strongest. It will certainly make a suitable base." "Oh, that's a great idea," Shimiji Yasuk nodded quickly. Whether it was his consistent 6-year record of shortening his game clearance times or his inability to adapt when fighting enemies, it all showed that he was a stubborn person. Seeing the hope of returning home, he would do so no matter how difficult it was. "It's going to be even harder from now on, Yasuk." "Yes, Zun Zun." Despite their words, they were both smiling faintly, clearly unconcerned about the task at hand. The beautiful elf also said, "And me. Although I'm reluctant, this failure has a lot to do with me, so I have no choice but to help you." Clearly wanting to and everyone saw her smile as she tried to hold back the corners of her lips, but she couldn't, having perfectly understood the elf's personality. "Of course, Kui is an indispensable companion. I'm counting on you now, leave it to me." The trio seemed ready to continue. The others, hearing their conversation, were speechless. Not only would they proactively seek out god-level monsters, they would also subdue them, even resorting to cannibalism to select the strongest. It's truly astonishing. This is far more dangerous than defeating a demon king, but it's also an unusual experience, right? Alicia's words resonated deeply with Laika and Edgar. After all, like in certain MOBAs, there was no shortage of powerful players at the lower levels. Often they failed to achieve success because they were lacking something. And such things could only be learned through personal experience, or through personal experience in high-level matches, like now. Mabel scoffed at this. The last thing she wanted was to be in danger, so if she were asked to do something so dangerous again, she would definitely refuse. Mabel did very well this time too. You were a little nervous during the fight, but you quickly took on the responsibility of protecting Alicia and the others from the Devil Flame Dragon's breath, right? Really? Well, if you need me next time, just ask." Mabel smiled happily at the compliment, completely forgetting her previous thoughts. Zun Zun hugged the dome and looked around. "Looks like there's nothing worth stopping for here." "Fine, let's go too." "Oh," everyone shouted. As they left, Shimaki Yasuk suddenly said, "Zun Zun, why don't we go all out now?" "Go all out? Hey, Yasuk, you bastard, it can't be helped. Kuroki's a battle maniac? That's how Beastman Face doesn't know how to judge the situation." Shimaki Yasuk, rebuked by the crowd, was speechless. He simply wanted Zun Zun to keep his promise, to fight with all his might, regardless of whether the Devil Flame Dragon was defeated or not. "I'd love to do it, but my magic power is almost exhausted." "Look," Zun Zun raised the giant egg in his arms. "One of my 6 spirits has become like this. Without a spirit, my strength would be greatly reduced. You don't want to fight me like this, do you?" "Yeah, right, then, the battle will be postponed, nothing can be done." Shimichi Yasuk was reluctant to hear this, but he had no choice but to accept it. He couldn't help but say, "I wish Zun Zun's spirit could emerge from the egg right now. How can it be such a coincidence?" The moment he finished speaking, Zun Zun felt the giant egg in his hands begin to tremble, the movement intensifying, attracting everyone's attention. Then, with a cracking sound, the egg broke open and a small dragon emerged. Although it lacked sharp teeth, broad wings, or a huge body, and even its blazing flames no longer burned, it still looked like a magic flame dragon. No, not really. In fact, the magic flame dragon had grown incredibly youthful. Its large, soft eyes shone with innocence, its tiny baby teeth and pointed horns reflected no hostility, and its childlike purr softened everyone's hearts. But no one dared to let their guard down until Zun Zun cried out uncertainly. Xiao Hong, Awu, the young flame magic dragon roared softly, leaping into Zun Zun's arms and licking his cheek vigorously. Without a doubt, it was his immortal spirit. How cute! This gesture instantly captivated the girls present, who went up to stroke Xiao Hong's body, feeling the delicate and warm touch of his scales. Zun Zun, what is this? I don't know. Zun Zun scratched his head. What is certain now is that his quasi-fairy spirit, Xiao Hong, devoured the flame dragon and became a fairy spirit. Perhaps because of the devouring process, it now resembles a young flame dragon. The women's excessive enthusiasm overwhelmed Xiao Hong, who fled into Zun Zun's arms for protection. Like a newborn, even though they harbored no ill intentions, she was still a little scared. Furthermore, just as Zun Zun was about to speak, the space behind him suddenly opened up, and a hand grabbed his neck. I finally found you. Master Zun Zun, your 1-year time limit is up. You should go back, Reinhardt? Wait. You've got to be kidding. He didn't even have time to say goodbye to the beautiful elves before he was pulled from this world. Ocean, how terrifying. P.S. There will probably be 1 or 2 chapters of side stories. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Extra 1, what happened after that? Just like that, Zun Zun disappeared from this world. Shimiji Yasuke nonchalantly turned off the memory. Takahaka Kifumi and Fujimi Asumika exclaimed instinctively. Everything had happened so suddenly that neither the beautiful elf nor even the two of them had anticipated such an event. Wait, man, you said disappeared from this world, didn't you mean dead or something? The two asked impatiently. If he really was dead or something, it would be hilarious. No, he wasn't dead, Shimiji Yasuke repeated the memory, saying, didn't you just hear it? He was taken away. On the screen, a hand grabbed Zun Zun's collar, and the words "It's been a year" played on a loop. Really, sorry, I was too nervous, the two of them sighed in relief. After all, the war had just ended, and it was time to relax. Such a sudden change would certainly have unnerved anyone. And they had long considered Zun Zun, the beautiful elf, and Shimiji Yasuke the 3 main characters. Changing protagonists midstream is a complete mistake, man, that's right. As far as I can remember, there's only one manga that changed protagonists, and it was still a smash hit. Takahaka Takafumi and Fujimi Asumika exchanged glances and said in unison, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, X2. This phenomenal manga changes protagonists with almost every issue. Not even a cameo by a supposedly invincible being takes the spotlight away from the main character. But who is this guy named Reinhardt? He can really tear through space and take people away. In fact, not even the mighty fire dragon can do that. The subtlety revealed something significant. Even a single arm made them feel terrifyingly powerful. Shimiji Yasuke's hands, resting on the table, unconsciously rested on his chin. With his back to the sun, his eyes reflected an inexplicable light that made it difficult to see his face. It's because he's special. In Reinhardt's world, there are abilities called divine protection. For example, the divine protection of the gale allows one to run very fast, and the divine protection of the spirit of the word allows one to understand the sounds of all objects that can make sound. What's that? Incredible, Takahaka Takafumi exclaimed, as if understanding something. So Mr. Reinhardt must have a divine protection that can pierce through the barriers of the world, so he was able to find Zun Zun, right? No. Just when she thought she was mistaken, Shimiji Yasuke spoke again in a deep voice. He has the divine protection of any divine protection he wants. Then, he can have any divine protection he wants. What a peculiar language. Fujimi Asumika was at a loss for words. He rubbed his forehead and said, doesn't that mean Mr. Reinhardt can do whatever he wants? You must understand, Fujimi. This is what a truly strong person is like. He doesn't have to look others in the face. Even if the world is destroyed, no one dares to blame him. I don't mind not eating meat. Maybe he kidnapped Zun Zun on purpose. Jingwen, although I know you're always like this, you should control your inhuman nature. It hurts, Takayaka Jingwon was hit on the head by his childhood sweetheart. He was helpless. His true nature was exposed by the matter with his brother. At this moment, the two of them heard the murmuring again. It turned out that Shimiki Yasuke was also secretly murmuring. His expression displeased, and he seemed to have a bad impression of Reinhardt. "Uncle, why are you behaving like this?" Well, you see, I'm one of those who, even if I know there's a challenge ahead and that I might die, will try to save the world again and again, instead of looking for shortcuts that make it easier. "You're talking about games, right, X2. The two quickly ridiculed him. Shimiji Yasuke was momentarily speechless, but managed to argue, White, I don't like people like Reinhardt. Their displeasure was inexplicable. Takayaka Takafumi, however, understood. It was a gamer's endurance. Take a high-difficulty Souls game. Normally, most players can't complete it in one sitting. They can only try, explore, find the enemy's weaknesses, and then defeat them and enjoy the joy of victory. But some disciples of the Wind Moon Spirit sect are different. They prefer to take shortcuts, multiplying their attack power by 999, turning the Souls series into a landscape simulator, completely wasting the developer's effort. This was probably what Shimiji Yasuke couldn't stand. But man, games are games, and reality is reality. If reality were any easier, it wouldn't be. Takayaka Kifumi couldn't finish this sentence. He had no idea how to persuade a man whose life revolved around games, someone who persisted in his gamer mentality even in the other world. Fujimura Asumika also realized what was happening and quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, men, why did Mr. Reinhardt bring Zun back?" He wanted him to inherit the throne. Inherit the throne, X2, the two of them shouted. Shimiji Yasuke asked curiously, "Huh? Didn't I tell you that Zun is the heir to the throne of the Dragon Kingdom of Lugnica?" "No, dude, you didn't tell me." Not only Zun, but even the beautiful elf was not mentioned as a member of the royal family. "Look, Balka and Cartier, so it was a game, X2. After 17 years in the other world, Shimiji Yasuke's mind had become completely distorted. He even often confused reality with a game, giving him a completely different understanding of common sense. Takayaka Kifumi and Fujimura Asumika became saddened. "And that guy, Susan, he never came back." Takayaka Kifumi said this with a hint of melancholy. The trio was a classic. It would be heartbreaking to lose one of them. Fujimura Asumika remained silent. "No, he did come back, really." Susan came back. Hearing Shimiji Yasuke's words, both of them were instantly excited. The trio was indispensable. He's back, after 10 years, ga." Takayaka Kifumi and Fujimura Asumika opened their mouths wide, the words stuck in their throats, only gurgling out. 10 years. Shimiji Yasuke ignored their expressions and said to himself, when Zun Zun returned, he completely transformed. He's become incredibly powerful, and even holds the title of Spirit Master. What do you think? Do you want to see him? Yes, please, uncle. This revelation was supposed to make everyone exclaim, but the two of them weren't happy at all, their tones somewhat subdued. However, seeing Zun Zun 10 years later, their eyes involuntarily widened. So strong, so beautiful. In memory, Zun Zun looked exactly the same, as if he hadn't grown at all in the past 10 years. However, the unwavering confidence in his expression and the lively aura in his every movement proved that he had grown tremendously. He seemed to be fighting a formidable enemy. 6 spirits of various colors and shapes surrounded him. One of them was the young fire dragon he had just seen, while the others were complete strangers. It's the fire spirit, the demon fire dragon, and the water spirit. Wait, uncle, you can't reveal information like that. The two men immediately stopped him. Just like his return, revealing information was taboo, even if they were incredibly curious. Only in this way could they increase the anticipation. Even if it's 10 years from now, there's nothing we can do. Let's suppress our inner restlessness and wait. It's no problem. I usually venture out alone, so I don't have that many stories anymore. It's not unusual for us to go a year without seeing each other after we part ways, Shimiji Yasuke said indifferently. Really, uncle, your perceptions and reality often contradict each other. The two men expressed disbelief. Wait a minute, Takayaka Takafumi observed, catching the words clearly. Uncle, you said you each went your separate ways. Didn't you go on any adventures together? Yes, Shimiji Yasuke nodded. I was looking for mythical monsters as a base, and the elf was looking for Zun Zun. So we split up, hiss. Takahaka Takafumi and Fujimi Asumika gasped, finally realizing something was wrong. Zun Zun was missing, so how could the elf girl remain silent? The entire plane might be upside down. Men. What happened to the elf girl? The elf girl? She's the same as always. Shimichi Yasuke recreated the elf girl from his later memories. She's gone dark, she's turned into Yandere, a Yandere. The elf girl on the screen stood in semi-darkness, her long golden hair cascading down, obscuring half of her pale, delicate face. Those dark pupils were deep and captivating, as if they could see into the depths of the human heart, but they seemed to hide a secret unknown to all. A stubborn, strange gleam shone between his brows, like fallen leaves in autumn, tinged with melancholy and loneliness. Right? Nothing's changed. What do you mean? It hasn't changed. X2 looking at them with those lifeless eyes. Takahaka Kifumi and Fujimi Asumika felt a chill run down their spines, even through the screen. Shimichi Yasuke's perception had collapsed. Sure, Takahaka Kifumi quickly changed the subject. Uncle, how did it go? Did you go to the sealed city to look for the mythical monster? No, I got locked away. Why? Even without Zun Zun, Shimichi Yasuke's journey to the other world continued, albeit with more unexpected twists and turns. Chapter 346 Extra 2, Zun Zun's Modern Tour. Man, what was it like? The dinosaur movie was hilarious. Yeah, that was great, wasn't it? Watching a movie at home on a hot summer day seemed like a great idea. The 17-year-old had seen tons of new movies released, which Shimazaki Yasuke found pretty impressive. Sure, Takahaka Kifumi took out his phone and started typing, quickly opening an app and showing it to Shimazaki Yasuke. Dude. Looks like the sequel to the movie we just watched is playing in the theater right now. Really? And it looks like it's in 4DX. What's that? Shimazaki Yasuke, who hadn't been keeping up, got curious. Then Takahaka Kifumi showed him the 4DX video, and Shimazaki Yasuke's eyes widened. What the heck is this? It's awesome. Before his time travel experience, he had never even experienced 3DX. The first 3DX movie was Avatar in 2009. He didn't expect 4DX to be available in 2018. It's just that 4DX is a bit expensive. Wow, it's really expensive. The price of 3,200 yen was definitely a burden to him, and he felt a little resentful. Are there no discounts? Maybe there are during the film festival. Oh, if you're a woman, there's a Women's Day discount today. Ha. Takahaka Takafumi was just saying it matter-of-factly. However, transform. Shimazaki Yasuke suddenly used transformation magic, transforming into Tsutomu in the blink of an eye. Okay, let's go. Takahaka Takafumi was stunned. He still remembered Shimazaki Yasuke transforming into that form to help Fujimi Asumika, and then forcing her to record a gameplay video of herself, which went viral and racked up over 10 million views for the first time. Why transform? It saves you 600 yen. No. Tsutomu is a boy, you can't transform. Takahaka Takafumi seemed to understand something. Man, it's 600 yen, but that's offensive to Zun Zun, isn't it? What are you talking about? Zun Zun told me that as long as I don't use his likeness for anything illegal, he'd let me use it. Besides, he won't get angry if you don't tell him. Right, that's true. After all, even if I wanted to tell him, I can't. Shimichi Yasuke's twisted logic left him speechless. Zun Zun hated being misunderstood. By the way, isn't it forbidden magic that affects personality? It's 600 yen. No way, that made no sense. His uncle, blinded by a mere 600 yen, had given up. What's wrong? Nothing. By the way, Jingwon, lend me your phone. Of course I can. Shimichi Yasuke wasn't very good with smartphones, and his phone didn't have enough bandwidth to make calls, so he clearly wanted to call someone. Hello, sorry to bother you. Hello. This is Shimichi Yasuke. A friend asked me for help. Could you tell me who? A few minutes passed. Shimichi Yasuke hung up the phone, somewhat disappointed. Uncle, right, sir, it's okay, Kifin. He patted Takahaka Kifin on the shoulder. Although his uncle would also make such a loving gesture, he felt completely different. It was as if, I see, it had taken effect so quickly? Okay. Aren't we going to the movies? Come on, Kifin. Yes, they walked out together. Summers in Tachimoto are hot, as most areas are dominated by the subtropical high-pressure belt during the summer, resulting in extremely high temperatures. By the way, did Fujimiya go to university? Yes, I think he said he had a seminar. It's Ladies' Day, so it would be great if he could come. No, no, no. If he saw her uncle doing this for just 600 yen, he would be as speechless as she was. At the subway station, Shimichi Yasuke, who looked a bit old-fashioned, boarded the train smoothly with Takahaka Kifin's help. However, he caused quite a stir from the start. There was nothing to be done about it. After all, even though Shimazuki Yasuke covered most of his face with a hood, the little that was left exposed fascinated many women, who chatted and pushed each other, wanting the other person to ask for their contact information. Obviously, he was the center of attention, and all the burning gazes were focused on him. Takahaka Kifumi felt awkward, but Shimazuki Yasuke didn't seem to notice and continued chatting with his nephew. Until the last stop, under the disappointed and annoyed gazes of the women, he got off the subway. Takahaka Kifumi wiped his forehead. It was the first time he had felt embarrassed. He really hoped Shimazuki Yasuke could transform after reaching his destination, instead of walking down the street like that without paying attention to others. After getting on the bus, he said, "Kifumi, isn't the transportation a bit expensive? Movie tickets are too. This bus only costs 100 yen, really? It doesn't matter where you get off." Yeah, it seemed like Shimazuki Yasuke didn't know about buses either. Takahaka Yasuke checked his phone history and discovered a bus route that had just opened shortly after he time-traveled back. Speaking of which, my uncle is a homebody. Has anything changed since the 90s? The traffic lights are a little thinner, but everything else is the same. Really? Takahaka Yasuke gaped, seemingly in disbelief at his uncle's words. No, nothing surprising, right? Shimazuki Yasuke waved his hand dismissively, saying, after all, that was Tachimoto's 30 lost years. It's only natural that nothing has changed, right? Huh? It should have been the 20 lost years. No, it's 30 years, right? The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Perhaps it was an illusion, but his memory seemed distorted. Takahaka Takafumi, true to his motto of asking encyclopedias if he didn't know, quickly discovered it was Libin's lost 20 years and breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that far off, though. It's almost the lost 30 years. Nothing had changed until 2018, so it made sense. They got off the bus and headed to the movie theater. Despite jokingly calling it the lost 20 years, both the technology and architecture had changed significantly. Shimazuki Yasuke was astonished by everything he saw. "Man, follow me closely. Don't get lost." "Hey, man," he turned his head, and Shimazuki Yasuke disappeared. Man, Takahaka Takafumi continued searching. Although he was nervous about his uncle's sudden disappearance, he wasn't really worried. After all, in modern society, no one could harm anyone. But as time passed, he began to worry. Had he been taken away like Zun Zun? Jingwen, uncle, he turned around and saw Shimichi Yasuke coming out of a convenience store, taking 2 excited steps. "Where the hell were you going?" "To a lottery." "Is that your hobby, huh?" No, not that. How do I put it? A strong impulse suddenly came over me, and before I knew it, I was already running. Then, let's not even talk about it for a minute. You bought a lottery ticket, then. Takahaka Jingwen saw Shimichi Yasuke, trembling, handing him a lottery ticket. He looked at it more closely. "Sports lottery? Dude, you don't even play sports, and yet you bought this, and it's for the World Cup. France 4-2 Croatia. What the hell? I don't understand any of this." Furthermore, seeing the amount made his vision blur. 100,000 yen, the uncle couldn't even afford the 600 yen for a movie, insisting on transforming into Zun Zun to deceive him, but now he spends 100,000 yen on this. Could it be considered losing the big picture for the small one? Takafumi, can this be refunded? It should be. Unfortunately, it can't be refunded. What? Shimazuki Yasuke was completely stunned, as if he had been thrown into a pot out of nowhere, completely fooled. Seeing him like this, Takahaka Takafumi didn't dare to reprimand him. He forced a smile and said, "Forget all that. The movie is about to start. Let's go buy tickets and watch the movie. Go see the 4DX movie you've been waiting for." Yes. Unfortunately, Shimazuki Yasuke wasn't very happy. The two of them went to buy tickets. But just as they were about to enter, Shimazuki Yasuke felt uneasy. As a man, I always feel a little weird about this privilege. Are you just saying that now? Takahaka Takafumi couldn't help but grumble. Shimazuki Yasuke walked over to the counter to pay the difference. Takahaka Takafumi didn't stop him. After all, he understood that his uncle didn't want to take advantage of him. But soon, there was a commotion at the counter, accompanied by a familiar voice. Say it again. Sensing something was wrong, Takahaka Kifumi rushed to the counter, only to see Shimazuki Yasuke grab the shop assistant by the collar. Hey, mister, please stop joking around. You look like a woman no matter how you look at it. So you don't have to pay the difference? The shop assistant said, somewhat scared. Shimaji Yasuke snapped, you're joking. I'm a man. A man. Well, if you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. Don't do that, uncle. Takahaka Kifumi rushed over and stopped his uncle's hand as he tried to pull down his pants. His personality clearly affected him deeply. Despite the hilarious incident, he eventually proved his true identity and made up the difference. They both kept the lottery ticket until the very end, and upon receiving the substantial social assistance, enough to escape poverty, Takahaka Kifumi expressed his deepest gratitude for the gift. Chapter 347, A year has passed. Welcome the return of the Dragon King. The Astria territory, home to the Holy Sword family, is also Reinhardt's home. Zun Zun has been in a bad mood for a while. Please have some tea, Master Zun Zun. Fram, his personal maid, whom he hadn't seen for a year, prepared a steaming cup of black tea for him. Although black tea has the effect of calming the mind, it would be completely useless if he didn't drink it. Well, stop being so angry. On the opposite sofa, Firat was sitting carelessly with her legs crossed. She was sitting carelessly, and if she turned her head slightly, her underwear could be seen under her long skirt. She was playing with Zun Zun's fairy dragon at the moment, and she seemed to enjoy it very much. Did Reinhardt tie you up at such an inopportune time because you said you would return in a year? You know it's a tie. Besides, at that time, at least let me say goodbye to my companions, then you should talk to Reinhardt, not me, Firat snorted. Reinhardt added matter-of-factly, I'm really sorry. The situation was urgent, and space was about to calm down. I had no choice but to obtain divine protection and divine protection to bring you back. But of course. Master Zun, you don't want to come back, do you, huh? The agreed-upon time frame is 1 year, and you've shown no intention of moving. And if you hadn't passed through space and I hadn't sensed your presence, I don't think you'd have any intention of coming back, would you? How is it possible? I tried so hard to warp space just to come back, but I couldn't. Really, you have to believe me, Reinhardt. Zun Zun tried to look sincere. It was a lie. When he passed through space, his first thought was to return to Suqing. How could he have come here? Reinhardt stared at Zun Zun, making him wonder if he had really obtained divine protection. Probably not. Lai Aoshin had so many divine protections, even the one that allowed him to traverse space was so easy to obtain. He couldn't help but wonder if he was becoming inhuman. Forget it, Mr. Reinhardt. Otto waved his hand. After all, Master Zun Zun has returned, isn't that enough? Yes, Reinhardt looked away. Well done. Zun Zun secretly gave Otto a thumbs up. He was his knight, his help coming at the perfect time. But this didn't give him a reason to lose his temper. In reality, he wasn't truly angry. Returning to Suqing from the world of Re-Zero was much easier than the last time. After all, there was a true champion who had to die. He looked at the handsome swordsman beside him. He's a champion, he's certainly a champion, Otto and Felt repeated Zun Zun's words, while the swordsman maintained his warm smile, unfazed. Can I take this as a compliment, Reinhardt? You've grown much tougher in a year. Thank you for the compliment. Whatever Zun Zun said, he seemed to accept it all. A year ago, Reinhardt wouldn't have gotten angry over such trivial things, but he often felt distressed. But now, it was obvious. He looked at the carefree Firat on the other side. Raising a child, as expected, is how one grows up fast. Whatever you want to say it. No. I just wanted to tell you that you've changed a lot in a year, Firat. Oh, you noticed. Firat jumped up from the sofa, pointing at herself excitedly and exclaiming, I'm all grown up now. And if you want to know why, I'm a full inch taller than I was last year. Oh. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? The bland reply annoyed her, and she furiously kicked him. However, Theatrical was now wearing a lovely short yellow skirt, and as she lifted her leg, her slender ankle was grabbed, revealing what she was wearing underneath. She was wearing the same bear-shaped panties she had been wearing a year ago. Felt blushed furiously, baring her fangs as she tried to strike, but Fram and Reinhardt stopped her with rehearsed moves, as if they had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Felt, a mature adult wouldn't scream for nothing. Instead, she would stay calm like me. Black tea is delicious, thank you, Fram. Compared to her, Zun Zun was clearly more mature. Damn it, enough, Zun Zun, please stop provoking Felt-sama. And, Felt-sama, please tone it down a bit. The more you do this, the more Zun Zun will laugh at you, I know that, Felt snorted, hugging the fairy dragon and rubbing it, as if wanting to vent her frustration completely. It seemed that after a year together, even Reinhardt had figured out how to control her. But you guys have changed. Otto doesn't look the same, huh? He's still so dejected. Can I be angry? Can I be angry? Otto cried out in frustration. His tone was clearly nostalgic, but his words were infuriating. Reinhardt smiled and said, Your Grace, Lord Otto has worked very hard this year. Not only has he reorganized the territory of Astria, but he has also facilitated dragon trade in the surrounding area, boosting the economy of the entire territory. Lord Otto is already a qualified internal affairs officer, I hope you can praise him. Really, exactly, Otto slammed the table and shouted, I have worked very hard to reorganize the city, making dragons the main industry, and I have even reached a cooperation agreement with Flanders, one of the 5 major cities. Even profits have increased 5-fold compared to last year. Do you know how much work I do? I have to keep my feet on the ground every day to negotiate cooperation agreements and sign various documents. I've worked so hard, he kept complaining, recounting the pain and hardships of the past year, trying to show how hard he had worked. However, Otto, have you forgotten? This is Astria territory, or in other words, Camp Ferret, huh? As my knight, you are helping my potential rival develop, even becoming his internal affairs officer. On the other side, you would be accused of treason and beheaded. Huh? Otto was struck by lightning. It seemed as if he had just realized that he was helping another elected king develop, and confusion immediately filled him. How can this be? I've worked day and night, planned so painstakingly, made so many preparations, put in so much effort, and yet, a hand patted him on the back. Perfect, Otto, Lord Felt, why don't you take this opportunity to join my side? I've always admired your abilities, and I need someone like you. If you come, I'll treat you with the utmost respect. Felt gave Otto a radiant smile. It was obvious that the mentality of comradeship was truly heartwarming, but unfortunately, forget it. Otto looked at Zun Zun and shook his head. Felt gasped in dismay. Zun Zun raised his hands. I told you a year ago, Otto is Doom. Even if I say I want to kill him, he won't let me. I'm not Doom. Otto couldn't help but cry out. He was simply repaying Zun Zun's kindness. He felt that his rise from a mere peddler to a prominent Grey Knight was all thanks to Zun Zun. Furthermore, he didn't believe Zun Zun would tear him to pieces over something so insignificant. By the way, what was that just now? Zun Zun looked at Ferret curiously and said, I'm a little scared. You suddenly try to persuade others to become your subordinates, and you use such an unconventional method, so that's how I've grown. Ferret puffed out his chest with pride, which was almost the same as a year ago. No, it's all mine, okay, Otto muttered. The only real talent in the Ferret faction was Reinhardt. Not even the renowned sword saint was enough for Ferret to respect him as a king. Even the surrounding territory and villages were steeped in deep distrust. So, Otto took the initiative. First, he promoted economic development in the surrounding towns, using the Earth Dragon industry as a pillar to attract adventurers and powerful people. This also helped the residents of other towns understand the strength of the Ferret faction and gave them a sliver of hope. However, even so, it couldn't compare to the capital, a gathering point for talent. So Otto advised him not to be guided by reserved attitudes, but to seek out anonymous talents who, for various reasons, had been ignored. He should actively recruit those with talent but character flaws, or those who had resigned due to perceived mistakes, placing the necessary talents in the right positions. Through flexible ideas and perspectives, he should begin to adapt his territory. He should focus on identifying talents and assigning them to the right positions. There is no such thing as absolute garbage, only misused resources. Isn't that the principle you taught me? Master Zun. Oh, 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 Zun Zun couldn't help but clap. Otto was a truly skilled internal affairs officer. He even understood the true meaning of Felt's casual remarks and helped Felt reach her current level. But, Otto said through tears, I, who worked so hard and diligently, helped a potential rival grow. It's truly an unexpected truth. I can't live with this any longer, so I told you, Otto, you'll be my internal affairs officer. I'll give you the best deal. I refuse. Why? Felt clearly hadn't yet understood that there are people in this world who will never agree to be recruited, no matter how generous the offer. Although it felt a little strange at first, it was actually nice to discover that they hadn't changed. Chapter 348, Be brave in your pursuit of love, don't hold back. The conversation was pleasant. The long-awaited reunion deepened the bond. Ferret and the others were also very interested in Zun Zun's experiences over the past year. When they learned that he had been tricked and banished to another world, they applauded, a rare moment of humor. By the way, Reinhardt, yes, Lord Zun Zun, calculating the time, it can't even have been a year since I left. Is there something important you called me for so soon? After all, I can't hide it from you. Reinhardt smiled in relief. Did this fellow think he was as strong-willed as Ferret? Indeed, Lord Mikladov summoned you. In case anyone forgot, let me remind you. Mikladov was a representative of the Council of Sages, and it was he who met privately after the king's selection ceremony and expressed his support for Zun Zun to become the next king. Actually, I've already refused those summons several times, but, don't tell me, I understand. Reinhardt was undoubtedly on his side, helping him hide his actions, but no matter what excuse he used, a year of absence would always arouse suspicion. Not to mention that the old man had said that his domain would be handed over to Zun Zun. However, his own internal affairs officer was helping Felt manage the domain. If I don't appear again, the Sword Saint family might be considered traitors. Please don't say that, Zun Zun. The Astria family would never think that. You're so boring. Zun Zun rolled his eyes. Honestly, even if Reinhardt told everyone right now, I do whatever I want, they would just let it slide. But the knight before him was so upright, like a perfect knight, with no ulterior motives. The impact of different values. Yes, I will be loyal until death, Reinhardt declared calmly, expressing his true nature. Furthermore, I would like Master Zun Zun to depart for the capital right now, but before that, a beep. There was a knock on the guest room door. A man with short, gray hair opened it and said, Master Felt, Master Reinhardt, we have a distinguished guest. It seems the time has come, Reinhardt said with a smile. Walking down the hallway of the Astrio residence, he saw a trio of punks still training in the courtyard. These three, who hadn't been seen for a while, were still as useless as ever, and their trainer, Master Ram, was virtually unchanged. Well, it's comforting to see them the same, but, Master Zun Zun looked at the person following him and asked, who is it? He was referring to the man who had come to announce the distinguished guest. With short gray hair and a blank stare, he looked like he was about to die. My. Looking at his neck, he was barely taller than Felt. His aura was remarkably similar to Otto's. Together, they could easily be half-brothers. This is, Azor Gardner, he bowed respectfully and said, forgive me for taking so long to introduce myself. I am Azor Gardner, currently the internal affairs officer for Felt Sama's faction. Ah, hello, Azor, Zun Zun greeted him indifferently. Reinhardt said that Astria's current development was largely due to the efforts of him and Otto. It was no wonder they had such a similar aura, it must be from working together so often. They arrived at the reception room. Sorry for the wait. Did you bring tea? Yes. Don't worry, Reinhardt's casual question was met with a tense and measured reply, a bit stiff and formulaic. Their gazes met and they saw a handsome young man with a delicate face and well-proportioned features. Her slender figure, dressed in a sophisticated gown and with long, lavender-braided hair, made her appear to be about 17 or 18 years old. Her expression was slightly nervous, and the monocle over her left eye reinforced this impression. Ferret gracefully tugged at the hem of her skirt, performing the appropriate formalities. I am Ferret, one of the kingdom's candidates. I appreciate your guidance, thank you very much. I am Joshua Uglias, visiting as an envoy from Lady Anastasia Husin. The handsome young man's cheeks flushed slightly at the attention he received. Zun Zun followed suit with social etiquette. Venerable one, let us consider you one of the candidates for the royal selection. Your name is Joshua, is it not? I appreciate your guidance, Venerable, What's wrong with me? No, nothing. It's just that my brother often mentions you, saying that you're the second best elven knight after him, and that with your talent, you'll surpass him sooner or later. Oh, I'm very grateful for your higher regard. Julius didn't hold such high hopes for him. Perhaps he found it unbelievable that he could make contracts with 6 spirits without the divine protection of seduction, which was why he said that. But I don't want to admit it, because my brother is an exceptional man. At such a young age, he's become a renowned figure among the knights of the kingdom, serving as the de facto second in command of the royal guard. Even Reinhardt-sama, Joshua's face froze. It was fine for him to boast about his brother out of admiration, and it was understandable that he would compare himself to others, but doing so in person and comparing himself to the sword saint, the knight of all knights, was a serious problem. If things had gotten any more serious, it might have escalated into a diplomatic incident. It's okay, it's okay. I'm not angry. And as a good friend, Julius is truly formidable. In time, he will undoubtedly surpass me, right? No, absolutely impossible. Even if Julius were given 100 more years, he still couldn't surpass Reinhardt, not by a hair's breadth. Joshua seemed to take Reinhardt's modesty to heart. He calmed down at once. I'm terribly sorry. I can't help but lose control when it comes to my brother. It's okay, it's okay. This was clearly Ferret's starting point, but it was Zun Zun who was directing the conversation. Joshua didn't seem to mind at all, as if he already knew this would happen. Then what is Joshua's purpose here? Yes, as Lady Anastasia Hassan's envoy, to convey our Lord's words to Lady Ferret and Master Zun Zun. Hearing Zun Zun's question about the real matter, Joshua's expression hardened, and he took out a letter from his pocket. The letter, spread out on the table, written in black ink, read, Lady Anastasia wishes to invite and entertain Lady Ferret and Lady Zun Zun to visit the Watergate city of Pristra. Ferret's expression lit up with confusion. Otto, fulfilling his duty as an internal affairs officer, explained, it's one of the 5 largest cities in the kingdom of Lugnica, west of the capital, with a population of approximately 100,000, I know that. I mean, yes, it's on the border between Lugnica and the city-state of Kiraliki, and it's the town the Hexen Chamber of Commerce is currently developing. Joshua made no secret of it. In fact, it was something anyone with a heart to investigate would have known. Besides, as candidates for the royal election, how could Ferret and Zun Zun not be investigating their opponents' movements? Then what's our point in going there? It appears to be an invitation to a party. It's a gift from Lady Anastasia, hoping to establish a good relationship with you. Of course, that's not the reason. Seeing Felt's somewhat irritated question, Joshua didn't get angry. Instead, he narrowed his yellow eyes and smiled slightly, his expression and appearance very similar to Julius's. In fact, I want to exchange information with you, for example, about the witch cult. The word witch cult really annoyed everyone. Rumors about the witch cult had been almost non-existent on the mainland for the past year, but no one believed they would retreat. They must be causing a stir. You're saying the witch cult will appear in Minato City? You misunderstood. I didn't say that. Joshua waved his hand quickly. His expression was nervous, not because he was panicking at having his thoughts exposed, but because he was genuinely afraid that Felt and the others would misunderstand. And what do you mean? My Lord Anastasia has told you that she wants to speak to you about the witch cult in exchange for information from you. I refuse. Felt refused flatly. As the conversation progressed, she no longer bothered to be polite, crossing her legs like a punk, pouting. Why would I go there? It's of no benefit to me, is it? News of the witch cult is completely irrelevant to me. I don't care whether you have it or not. Okay, so you're withdrawing from the royal election? Oh, Felt's expression turned frightening, her tone more severe. However, Joshua remained unfazed, looking straight into her eyes, his monocle reflecting a dim light. Master Felt, to my knowledge, you have yet to accomplish any substantial feats, have you? What are you trying to say? Of the 5 chosen kings, Master Crush and Master Anastasia were initially considered the best candidates, while the other 3 were, let's be frank, just filler. However, this situation quickly changed, and the reason is, naturally, the witch cult. You're absolutely right. Joshua, satisfied with Felt's answer, nodded and continued, it's precisely because Master Emilio is the most outstanding of the 5 chosen kings. Her successive subjugations of the white whale, the sloth, and the giant rabbit have raised her reputation and had a significant impact. Do you understand what will happen in the long run? Emilia would be the unanimous choice, ascending to the throne to everyone's cheers. The others would be easier to deal with. Master Crush and Anastasia had participated in subjugating the witch cult, and their reputations had risen considerably. The only one anxious now was Felt, who hadn't made a single move. HMPH, but that arrogant, busted woman hasn't done anything either, hasn't she? You're right. But that lady is so eccentric that there's no persuading her. I hope you can understand. Yes, that's true. Felt understood perfectly. There had been a lot of friction between them back then, even with Zun Zun acting as lubricant. But some things are simply destined. Two people who detest each other simply don't like each other. But I imagine that guy will show up uninvited, Zun Zun chimed in. Priscilla was the epitome of arrogance, and having fun was her nature. Even if she wasn't invited to a party like this, she would undoubtedly come and raise a ruckus, laugh herself silly, and declare that this kind of party was even better. Besides, I don't understand what Master Felt has to worry about. Joshua adjusted his monocle again, looked at the sword master standing behind her, and said, Master Reinhardt's strength is evident. He can level the entire Watergate city by himself. Are you still afraid to take action? It's a waste to have Master Reinhardt under your command. Hey, you, Master Felt. Seeing that Felt was about to explode in anger, Reinhardt wanted to step forward to stop her, but she took 2 deep breaths to calm herself, glaring at Joshua. You use provocation well, haha. Joshua just smiled and said nothing. Ah, that's true. Reinhardt is a waste under my command. But I have to make it clear that he's the one who's been forcing me to do this. Do you understand? I'll keep your words in mind, okay? Since you've said it, how could I refuse? I accept your invitation to the party. But don't blame me if I accidentally screw up. It seems you're in agreement. In that case, everything will be prepared here, and we await your arrival, Joshua greeted politely. Then he let out a light sigh, and his expression relaxed. Although his social skills at the moment were excellent, be it seduction, provocation, or excitement, almost every step was done with proper balance. After all, he was still a 17 or 18-year-old teenager. These things were his forte, and his nerves were always on edge. Stand up straight, Joshua. Zun Zun-sama, you did well, better than Julius. That guy can do that, but he's always so sullen and annoying. You're a bit more capable, really. Although it was his brother who was being looked down on, Joshua, for once, wasn't angry. Instead, he felt happy. It wasn't because of anything else. He believed that he could be of use to his brother. Even if they couldn't fight together, it would be worth it if he could make up for his brother's deficiencies in that aspect. In the end, it was all thanks to Julius. By the way, Joshua, how do you plan to convince him? Anastasia-sama said that you would come voluntarily, so you just have to be present when we tell Master Felt-sama. Hey, also, Joshua paused, looking at Zun-sama seriously, and said, when we meet, Anastasia-sama will propose to you again. I hope you are prepared. Chapter 349, Merchant's Tricks. Joshua, after conveying Anastasia's message, left quickly, saying he was going to find Mimi, who had accompanied him. Her absence from the meeting was a cause for concern. These minor matters were irrelevant for now. The more pressing matter was, I can't leave after being provoked like this. Felt stomped her foot on the coffee table with a fierce expression, befitting a bully. Even after a year, she still lacked the manners expected of a noble's daughter. The question is who should stay home. Reinhardt humbly helped her lower her legs, more like a servant than a gentleman. The room was filled with the core members of Felt's faction. Not to mention Felt and Reinhardt, there were Grandpa Ram, Grandpa Green, and Grandma Carlo, her twin granddaughters, Fram and Green Sheila, Interior Minister Azo Gardner, the trio of thugs, and... I didn't expect her to be here too, huh? Noticing Zun Zun's gaze, the girl gulped in fright and instinctively hid behind Felt, her head lowered and trembling. Seeing this, Felt shouted like a boss, hey, Zun Zun, don't scare her. I'm not. Was she really that scary? Zun Zun observed her carefully. She was almost the same height as Felt, holding a black beast in her arms, wearing a black dress, and with blue hair braided in pigtails. This person was none other than Beastmaster Meili, the younger sister of Gut Hunter Elsa. After a year without seeing each other, she hadn't expected Ferret and Meili to become such close friends. But, thinking about it, they were similar in age, and with Ferret's carefree and easygoing personality, they would have remained close friends even with Reinhardt's objections. Rather, it was precisely thanks to Reinhardt's attempts to stop her that their relationship grew closer. Zun Zun instinctively took a step forward, earning Meili another startled step back and a glare from Felt. He hadn't meant to hurt her, she'd only wanted to apologize, but he hadn't expected Meili to be this scared. Alright, let's get on with the conversation, Reinhardt said, deftly diffusing the somewhat tense atmosphere. Zun Zun exhaled and said, I'm going anyway, and I only have one night, Otto, so there's no question of choosing. And Fram, if you want to come with me this time, that's up to you, I'm going, Fram replied without hesitation. This trip to Watergate City posed considerable potential danger, and since she was basically on Felt's side, he wanted her to make her own decision, but to his surprise, she didn't hesitate at all. But going would also be useful. If the territory was attacked by the witch cult, Reinhardt could be informed immediately. That's all. The rest is a matter for your camp. I'm leaving. Wait, Master Zun Zun. Seeing Zun Zun turn around and leave, Otto quickly caught up. Hey, Azo shouted repeatedly, but the two didn't even turn around, leaving him scratching his head and scolding. What the hell is Otto doing? Isn't he the internal affairs officer? Why isn't he here now? Felt and Reinhardt exchanged glances. Azo, you don't know yet. Actually, Otto is a knight of Lord Zun Zun, and strictly speaking, he is not a member of our faction. Apparently. Azo was also shocked by this information and was speechless. After leaving the meeting room, Zun Zun and Otto prepared the dragon carriage for the journey to the royal capital. Otto regretted that he was born to be a tireless worker and consciously prepared the supplies for the journey and the necessary earth dragons. He soon returned, along with Fram and Reinhardt, who would be going with Zun Zun. So fast. Have you already decided who will go? Yes. In fact, just in case this problem arises, we discussed it a long time ago, but, Reinhardt looked at Otto awkwardly. Needless to say, he must have subconsciously considered Otto a member of his own faction, forcing him to re-evaluate the candidates now, wasting time. Master Felt, Legends, Gaston, and Handley will go as a trio, considering their combat prowess and the possibility of a witch cult attacking the territory. He only brought a small group of thugs. These three still need training. There is a possibility that the witch cult will appear in Watergate City this time. Isn't that perfect? Reinhardt's beaming smile made him look a bit Spartan, but with a sword saint nearby, at least the three of them would be safe. Fram walked over. Your Excellency, I'm ready. Then, Reinhardt, I'll go to the royal capital first, then transfer to Watergate City and meet you there. Okay, yes, I understand. Gonna. Otto took the chariot, speeding up and kicking up a cloud of dust, disappearing into the Astria mansion in the blink of an eye. It took about 3 days to get from Astria territory to the royal capital, and that was with Otto and Fram taking turns driving the chariot. It was a necessary evil, otherwise, they wouldn't have arrived at the agreed-upon time with Anastasia. Along the way, Otto and Zun Zun shared a lot of information about the other chosen kings. For example, Emilia, the silver-haired half-elf, had been a star this past year. With Natsuki Sabaru's help, she had successively defeated White Whale, Sloth, and the Great Rabbit, instantly rising in prestige to surpass Felt and Priscilla. Zun Zun also learned that he had been attacked by assassins while evacuating the mansion. Without the Gut Hunter, there were still the Head Hunter and the Leg Hunter. In short, the voter count wouldn't let him off the hook easily. As for the other kings-elect, Anastasia was currently the most popular candidate. She had a significant connection with White Whale and Sloth. Furthermore, she had boosted the kingdom's economy, facilitating its rapid recovery from the Demi-Human War, gaining her the support of many nobles. Her bitter rival, Duke Karsten, also known as Crush, had lost energy due to amnesia, and his competitiveness had gradually diminished. His previous decisive style was gone, and some indecisiveness was now evident. Really? Zun Zun asked non-committally. Priscilla and Emilia continued to develop their territories as normal, though Priscilla's tactics were more sophisticated, causing many rival factions to defect, making her a much more prominent figure. Upon arriving at the royal capital, Zun Zun was quickly summoned. A year later, she finally met Mikladov. His appearance was practically the same as the previous year, unchanged. Despite his age, he looked remarkably healthy. Hey, although I am an old man, I will not close my eyes until the next king is chosen. Then you will have to endure at least 2.5 more years. The original plan was for the next king to be chosen in 3 years, but there were still things to do, such as communicating with the dragons and performing ceremonies. If the next dragon priestess succeeded to the throne, it would take at least 6 more months. That's a long time, but if any kind-hearted person could help shorten it, I would be deeply grateful. You clearly made a 3-year agreement. Can you really break it? I've already explained to the 5 dragon priestesses the shortcut to victory, so it's fine. He was talking about marriage. Zun Zun raised an eyebrow. When Miklidov unauthorizedly spread the rumor that marrying Zun Zun would guarantee her the next reign, she felt defensive. She felt he was secretly plotting something. No matter, it's not my fault, Zun Zun said, standing up. Well, now that you've seen me, may I go, please? Miklidov seemed to have called Zun Zun specifically to confirm her well-being. Considering the importance Shenlong placed on her, it was understandable that he would be concerned for her safety. However, just as she was about to leave, Miklidov suddenly spoke again. Master Zun Zun, may I ask you a question? Who do you think would be a suitable candidate for the throne? Zun Zun paused, eager to hear what she had to say. Miklidov slowly analyzed. At first, I was eager for you to marry Lord Crush. That would win over not only the Karsten family, but also most of the nobles. Then, seeing your close relationship with Lady Felt, I realized that with a Holy Sword family nearby, there was no need to fear external enemies, let alone Reinhardt. And you had been with Lady Priscilla. Okay, enough. Zun Zun didn't bother to listen to her story. Such people were always concerned with profit, so Zun Zun got straight to the point. What do you mean? I hope you marry Lady Anastasia. The old man smiled. Anastasia's advantage lay in her ability to quickly restore national strength. As a candidate for the king's election, she had made significant sacrifices to win over the nobles. The kingdom was already devastated by the war against the demi-humans, not to mention the greed of the empire. With her, at least within her generation, he could restore the kingdom to its former glory. This was something the other candidates for the throne couldn't provide, making it a truly lucrative deal. But did Anastasia ask you to be the matchmaker? That lady simply presented her vision to me and spent a year proving it. Now that Master Crush has lost his former competitiveness, I'm relieved. Honestly, she'd said she had ulterior motives. Zun Zun rolled his eyes and said, you know, there are still 2.5 years left. It's far too early to make a definitive judgment. What if I don't like Anastasia? Anastasia said she would go out of her way to please you, and she also said she could support the other candidates for the throne. Are you letting that slide? How confident was she? Did she believe she could win Zun Zun's heart? And she was a truly accomplished businesswoman, even convincing the representatives of the Council of Sages. Chapter 350. I like the current crush. Of the 5 candidates for the royal selection, Anastasia is currently the most suitable for the kingdom. The others all have flaws, to varying degrees. While she has her own, she possesses fewer and brings greater benefits. Of course, this is only a suggestion. Ultimately, the decision is yours. No matter what, I will stand firmly by your side. Finally, Miklidov expressed his loyalty. By the way, Your Excellency, he looked at the dragon perched on his shoulders and asked, is this your magical beast, or the immortal spirit I contracted? Well, here we would call it an elf. My goodness. How is that possible? Not only do you possess the aptitude of an elven sorcerer, but you're also a great elf comparable to the 4 great spirits, and a dragon. Your Excellency, you really have the dragon's favor. Don't inadvertently compliment me. This person seemed to believe that the immortal spirit's transformation into a dragon was some kind of symbolism, but it was merely a coincidence. It's just that, for some, the connection is unavoidable. Okay, I'm leaving. Please take care. Miklidov didn't try to stop or restrain him, as if he knew of Zun Zun's upcoming itinerary. If he had already consulted with Anastasia, how could he not know she was going to Watergate City? They left the royal city escorted by the guards. Zun Zun-sama, are you alright? He's fine, he's fine. Zun Zun opened his arms, allowing Otto and Fram to examine him. They both thought Zun Zun had been summoned as punishment or something, but Miklidov loved him so much that he even wanted to be his matchmaker. I didn't expect him to come out so soon. Zun Zun-sama, are we going to Watergate City now? No, to Karsten Mansion. He wanted to check on Crush. According to Subaru Natsuki's letter, after the White Whale War, Crush and Rem were attacked by the Archbishop of Gluttony. One lost her memory and the other was left in a coma. This was the main reason why Crush gradually lost her competitiveness. At the same time, the other candidates for the king's election knew of her amnesia. Although they tried hard to hide the news, how could they hide it? Upon arriving at Karsten Mansion, the first thing they saw was old man Wilhelm, who rushed to greet them after hearing the guard's message. After a year without seeing him, his appearance hadn't changed much, but his aura had declined considerably. Perhaps due to revenge, all hostility and resentment had dissipated. Although his swordsmanship was still excellent, or even better, the name Sword Ghost had probably disappeared. What a pity. Zun Zun was a great mage, but he was also proficient in swordsmanship. A year ago, the situation was urgent, and the threat of the witch cult was like a thorn in their throats. It was a shame they didn't have the chance to compare each other. Long time no see, Your Excellency, Wilhelm greeted respectfully. Zun Zun returned the greeting, but his words were more intimate. Master Will, there's no need to be so courteous. Today I'm not visiting Zun Zun, the candidate for king, but your comrade who fought alongside you through thick and thin, such nostalgic words. Although less than a year has passed, I still can't forget them. The battle they fought together against the white whale was still vivid in his mind, a memory he would cherish for a lifetime. Furthermore, revenge for the death of his wife was something he could never forget. Thank you so much for your help, Master Zun Zun. Not at all. I'm truly sorry that I didn't allow you, Master Will, to kill the enemy with your own hands. Zun Zun had finally cut the white whale in two. Wilhelm had indeed avenged his wife, but he had not killed his enemy. Still, he felt satisfied and shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. Avenging his death had given her a more open mind. Then, hesitantly, she asked, Sir, you've come to see Crush-sama, haven't you? Yes. I had a good reason to come after a year, but I wonder if you mind my arriving so late. Of course I do, a charming voice called out from behind her. Turning, she saw Crush in casual clothes and a man with cat ears, the latter being the one who had just spoken. Crouch and Ferris, long time no see. I'm relieved to see you haven't changed. It's been a long time. You haven't come to see me in a year. It's so sad. I feel so lonely that I can't live anymore. So, Crush was also stunned. She looked at Zun Zun and Ferris, and inadvertently asked, Ferris, is that the relationship you two have? No, it isn't. You've misunderstood Master Crush. Ferris kicked her foot. Before, she wouldn't have been in a hurry to defend herself, for Crush knew her little demon's personality like the back of her hand and tolerated her harmless teasing. But now, Wilhelm nodded gently, acknowledging the truth. Crush let out a sigh. It's a bit late to introduce myself. I'm Zun Zun. Please look after me, as this is our first time. Yes. No, I'm Crush Karsten. Please be gentle. She was clearly trying hard to imitate the original Crush, but her movements and demeanor were gentle, more befitting a delicate beauty. A closer look revealed her. Wearing a skirt, Crush's eyebrows furrowed slightly, giving her a weak and reserved appearance. Furthermore, under Zun Zun's gaze, she seemed even more timid, completely different from the impression she had made on him, completely losing her former charm. What's wrong, Zun Zun? No, I'm sorry, I was just staring at you. No, I'm not angry, don't worry. He shook his head. As expected, you don't remember her. This isn't the Crush I remembered. Zun Zun pulled her hair and said, if it were the original Crush, she wouldn't be shy and reserved. Instead, she'd let me look at her. After all, Crush told me in public that he wanted me to fall madly in love with him. He was so forward to expressing his love to me. Crush's cheeks flushed. The shy woman seemed to have not expected her previous self to be so forward, proposing to someone so much younger, and in public. Wait a minute. Master Crush never said that. Ferris kicked the ground in anger. Zun Zun crossed his arms and challenged him. Oh, how dare you say no? You were there listening, weren't you? And Master Will was there too, wasn't he? Yes, I heard him perfectly. Master Will said so too. The Catman expressed his displeasure at Wilhelm's betrayal, finally shouting with passion, the current Master Crush wouldn't say something like that. Ugh, but he quickly covered his mouth. Crush's expression saddened, and Ferris's as well. Wilhelm closed his eyes and remained silent. The atmosphere became oppressive and heavy. His words were like a declaration. The current Crush was not the Crush of before. His denial of the current Crush was implicitly denying her as a person. The amnesia Crush was innocent, not naive. After a year in the Duke's mansion, she couldn't ignore the impact of her memory loss. Losing her memory meant losing her old ways and skills, which caused the territory's development to stagnate. Even the previous duke, who had retired to help, was mobilized. Under normal circumstances, this would have had no impact, but it happened during the 3 years that the royal selection ceremony lasted. While everyone else was moving forward quickly, the Karsten family was mired in a quagmire, leaving many subordinate nobles anxious and feeling a bleak future. Some nobles who weren't loyal even secretly defected, seeking other avenues. Zun Zun felt a headache as the atmosphere grew increasingly subdued. Surely, this situation had happened before, perhaps escalating and calming several times, but his presence reignited it, making him look like the villain. Nothing can be done. I'll marry Crush, huh? What wishful thinking? Crush covered her mouth in surprise. Ferris stood resolutely in front of her, glaring at Zun Zun. Felice, why are you so excited? Isn't it great that Crush and I are in love? Zun Zun, you're talking nonsense. You rightfully rejected Lord Crush at the beginning, and several times. That's because I don't like Crush's harsh character. I really like the current Crush, so if it's her, I'm willing to marry her. So you're saying you're an illusion? Ferris stood in front of Crush firmly and said, the current Lord Crush doesn't like you, Zun Zun. So, I respectfully declined the offer. Well, I didn't expect it. Zun Zun scratched his head awkwardly and said to Crush, who was looking a little puzzled, I'm sorry I ignored your feelings. I apologize. No, never mind. Crush shook her head, but her slightly red cheeks seemed to indicate that she wasn't very reassured. Ferris hurriedly left with Crush. Before leaving, she bared her teeth at Zun Zun, as if wary of a suitor, with a rather hostile expression. Could it be that this guy didn't notice that she was trying to lighten the mood? Wilhelm, who had remained silent until then, bowed deeply to Zun Zun. Thank you. No, you're welcome. Zun Zun quickly stepped aside and helped him to his feet. Wilhelm didn't stand up, but continued with her reverence. You have just skillfully relieved the tension and difficulty. Thank you very much. Crush-sama has always wanted to regain her memories, and Ferris still holds a grudge. That's why. I understand, Zun Zun said with a smile. One had decided they didn't take him seriously, while the other was unable to express his opinion out of resentment. After this, they would surely come to an understanding. It seemed Crush's situation was far more serious than expected. The situation was confusing, the internal divisions were evident, and recovering her memory was urgent. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.